Hey y'all, I'm AdaKay, and I must confess, I'm a trial junkie. I enjoy viewing trials as if I was the seated juror. So grab a cup of java, get comfy, and join me as we hop into court. And don't forget to comment, like, and most importantly, subscribe. And if you're really enjoying the channel, please join our membership. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. I'm AdaKay, and I'm glad to have you. Welcome, Dan, out and about with Dianne, Kristen, and Toxic. Out and about. I know. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, love. I really am. Well, the vampire guard got me this morning. So, but I'm here. We're ready to hop into the court. We're ready to get going. Good morning, Miss Erica. Haven't seen you in a while. Hello, beloved. I hope you're doing well. I hope everyone's doing well. I rearranged all my little icons, thumbnails, so it's kind of got. How many of y'all saw me or saw the video with me doing kneeling on my face last night? Yeah, people were like, "What the heck are you doing?" You know, it's like, well, it's what keeps me looking so young. Look at my skin; it's actually glowing this morning. It's slightly tender in a spot or two, but nothing. I'm loading up the video. Oh my gosh. I know, right? I'm with you. Let's go into the Ibarra trial, and then I will pull up the other. And we are getting the Ibarra trial up and on stage. I hate it when it does that. I want this one. There we go. Good morning, beautiful. Good morning, everybody. I haven't even had coffee yet. Had to be fasting. I hate that. When you're fasting, it's like you can't do quick enough. Get your coffee, you know. I can. I. I'll get it in just a second. I may have some exciting news today. We'll see. We'll see. I will have a visitor, and I know that y'all will. I'm making my heading. Okay, come on. I thought we were starting. And
I would introduce the documents at this time, and also the rebuttal will be some testimony from Special Agent Meyer, and he'll be playing portions of Diego Ibarra's interview. So I have those items marked. So if the defense wants to rest, then we can start rebuttal. I'll introduce those documents at rebuttal and tell the court what numbers they are and the numbers of the documents that, pursuant to these individuals' attorneys, need to be filed under seal, or the request of these attorneys that need to be filed under seal.
With the admission of Defense Exhibit 5, the interest.
5 is admitted. All right. We'll move into the rebuttal. You all are welcome to stay. I appreciate you being here, but you don't have to.
Thank you.
That's entirely up to you all. Tell me your name again.
I'm Elizabeth.
Okay. Thank you. I know there's several hard ones. Thank you. All right, you may proceed.
In rebuttal, Your Honor, the state called Special Agent Lucas Meyer. And in rebuttal, pursuant to our discussions at the bench, and just now, the state's going to move to admit state's exhibits 330, 331, and 332. And pursuant to the request of the
No
inmates
update
in
yet on
question,
sister.
the state
We're
would request that
doing a
these
bunch of
documents
medical
be
tests
filed under
today.
seal, after
We're looking
they
at
are
heart,
reviewed by the
lung,
fact finder in this
everything.
Any
A
objections?
bunch of tests
They're admitted.
that they're doing.
330, 331, 332.
Yes, sir. And would you like the state to compare the sealing order, or does the court have sealing?
We'll see.
It looks like y'all have it covered.
Okay.
All right. May I proceed with the witness?
Yes.
Raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please take a seat, state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is Lucas Beyer, Lucas Beyer.
Where are you employed?
I'm employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And are you the same Lucas Beyer that has previously testified in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
I
Hello.
want to talk to you about a few things, and if you could, for the record, do not mention any names of federal inmates, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
If you feel like I asked you a
so much.
question that requires you to do that, I'm going to ask that you pause before you answer the question so that the attorneys can take it up with the judge at the bench, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
We talked last time you were on the stand. We're not going to repeat any of that, but you told us, well, let me put it a different way. At some point, did you receive information from federal inmates about a statement that Diego had made?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you investigate that?
I did.
And were all the were additional inmates, including Diego's cellmate, interviewed about that statement?
Yes, ma'am.
And were any of the other inmates that you talked to, were any of them able to corroborate that statement?
No, ma'am.
And in the statement that Diego allegedly made to a federal inmate, did Diego confess to killing Laken Riley?
No, ma'am.
Did Diego say he killed Laken Riley?
No, ma'am.
Did you also know that the inmates at that particular federal facility are issued tablets?
Yes, ma'am.
And what's a tablet?
A tablet is a computer similar to an iPad or a Microsoft Surface.
And on those tablets, are the inmates able to access the internet?
Yes, ma'am.
And the particular indictment in this case, in the case of Laken Riley, does it mention the weapon that was used to kill Laken Riley in the actual indictment?
Yes, it does.
And how does it do that?
One of the counts dictates or states that Laken Riley was killed by the use of rocks.
And is that information widely out there in the public?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
I want to ask you about your interview with Diego Ibarra, and now we're going to talk specifics. What date did you interview Diego Ibarra?
Friday, February 23rd, 2024.
What time did your interview start, and what time did it end?
The interview started at approximately 5:13 p.m. It lasted for 91 minutes, and the interview was terminated at approximately 6:43 p.m.
Was your interview recorded?
It was audio and video recorded.
Who was in the interview room with you?
Special Agent Ashley Isaacson, also of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Hello,
and
Don.
Immigration and Customs Enforcement and Removal Operations Officer.
I got it up and running.
Known as ERO.
We're waiting.
Officer Wagner Machado. Officer Machado acted as a translator from Spanish to English and English to Spanish.
And in your interview with Diego Ibarra, we're going to play just
Wait a minute.
parts of it for the court, and the council's welcome to play whatever parts they'd like to play, but we clip this 91
Whoa.
interview to allow.
We have a verdict. We have a verdict? Are you kidding me? That quick? Okay. We got a verdict. I was just a few seconds behind, but dang. Yep, we got a verdict. Oh, you're going to be so tasty in about 5 seconds. Why do I not have volume? Are y'all hearing it? Can y'all hear it? Cat, stop. I know. Just stop. Whoa. Wait. I'm going to court. I'm going to somewhere else. I'm going. Get me. Why? There we go. That's the old, where is live now? We're live now. We're live now. I don't know. Can y'all hear? Were y'all able to hear the sound? Oh, but she's standing up. Well, come here, baby. I have a cat that's in heat. What? Come here. Come here. Come here. Oh, y'all haven't seen her in a little while. No, y'all haven't.
You may be seated, counsel. Anything else of these jurors?
That was guilty of it.
Mr. Ibarra and counsel, if you will stand.
All right, here we go.
You will read the jury's verdict, please.
For each count below, we, the jury, find the defendant, count 1, malice murder, guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, but mentally ill. Count 2, felony murder, aggravated assault, guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, but mentally ill. Count 3, felony murder, cruelty to children in the first degree, guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, but mentally ill. Count 4, aggravated assault, guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, but mentally ill. Count 5, cruelty to children in the first degree, guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, but mentally ill. So found this 20th day of November, 2024.
So, state hospital.
Mr. Bailiff, if you will allow counsel to inspect the verdict form.
That gives her a chance of a life in the future. She will be locked up for a long time, but she was found guilty. Guilty with insanity.
You may be seated, counsel. Anything else of these jurors?
Exactly. Hi, young black Thomas. Thank you. Welcome. Exactly.
Members of the jury, this case will be set for sentencing on another day, likely either to be December 12th or December 18th. I'm going to confirm that with counsel after we excuse you. You are welcome to attend the sentencing hearing if you would like to. You are welcome to contact the clerk's office to find out what the sentence is after sentencing if you prefer to do that.
No need, it'll be broadcasted.
Throughout this trial, I have cautioned you about not talking to others and not getting any media information about the case. You are now free from that. You may talk to one another or anybody else you'd like to about this case, but only if you would like to. You're not required to have any discussions with anybody, and that includes counsel or the media. And I want to say just a word. This is one of the first experiences that I have had with the televising of a trial. And what we know is that people, literally around the world have been watching us and commenting on what has transpired.
Uh-oh.
And those of us, who do this for a living, we expect that. We understand that there are going to be comments, and some of them favorable, but some of them not. And we know that that's not part of your job, and that's not what you are used to. I am not in any way commenting on your verdict. meaning
I agree,
I
Ronnie.
have no position in favor of or against it. But what I know is that you have worked really hard.
Everybody is saying that.
You have dealt with some unpleasant issues.
Hearing aids are
You
important.
have
Everyone is
been
saying that.
timely. You have, done everything that we have asked of you as far as, showing up and being here and paying
No.
attention.
She'll go to a mental
And
facility.
so we appreciate that. We know that you've missed a lot of days of work, that you have had to reschedule appointments, that you probably had to ask a friend for childcare or something like that. And so we respect what you have done very much. And if you see comments to the contrary anywhere out there, know that everyone in this courtroom understands how hard you have worked and that we appreciate it. So thank you very much. And with that, you are free to leave.
This is actually better than I thought it was going to be. She was found guilty, but she was insane at the time that she did it. So there's going to be some time she's going to have to serve. But, oh, what was that look, Your Honor? Let's go back and see that. Well, that was interesting. I don't know what that was. But
All right, counsel.
Institution where she can get mental help, and then maybe prison. We'll just see what
Do you anticipate
yes.
needing witnesses or, a lengthy sentencing hearing in this matter?
I don't think it will be lengthy, no, Your Honor. No, I don't think it'd be lengthy either. The only thing that I can potentially envision is if Ms. Renee Driver wanted to speak on behalf of her daughter, I would ask the court to maybe entertain the possibility of allowing her to do that via Zoom, which would be probably the only witness that we would have at that point in time.
Yeah, if they can't get up here, but we'll try to get them here. But
If she was found guilty and not insane, she'd be facing life.
either the 2 dates that the court suggested, I think probably are 12. But Truthfully says 12 is better for her, so it's fine by me.
I have no conflict on the 12th.
All right, this case will be set for scheduling on sentencing on December 12th at 9 o'clock. I'll certainly entertain a request to have witnesses appear by Zoom if that is necessary to accommodate the witness. Ms. Driver will remain in the custody of the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office. Anything else we need to take up today?
No.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Honestly, I think that is definitely the best for her at this point in her life. Let me see. Hearing saved. I literally just put it in my calendar. I'm learning to do. I am learning to do these calendar thing. I'm old school, very old school. I used to doing them. What's today's date? Today, the 20th. We're going to end it on the 20th. Thank you. Okay, so I'm an old school. I'm a handwritten, but I'm forcing myself to go digital as well. So fun. So much fun. Okay, what are your thoughts on this? I have it 20th at 9 a.m. young people before 25 aren't fully emotionally developed doesn't mean they're exactly. Or do you want out? Is that the problem? Oh my gosh. Here we go. Yeah, go. Man. Sorry about that, y'all. I just realized I'd shut the door and she couldn't get out. So for me, I feel that justice is done. I feel that she will serve some time, but she will have some chance of a normal life at some point. I know a lot of people think a lot of these state facilities or mental facilities don't do any good. They're horrible. Some of them can be. However, there are some good ones out there. So let's just pray she gets in a good one. I do it. I have a big one, and I decided when it comes to court, I'm going to go digital. Personal life, I'm still handwriting because things just change too much, and I'm just my hair is not my clip is not holding my hair. Oh, there we go. It was falling. So anyway, I feel bad for her because of the situation she was in, and I believe that as with everybody, I think that she does need to be in a facility and be held accountable for some of her held accountable for what she did. But at the same time, why is this man not going to be held accountable? He's got 2 more very young women pregnant right now at the same time of this trial. And they're nomads. Nobody knows exactly where he is. He does have a home address. He goes there periodically to check mail, but he's bouncing all over the place. She may serve jail time or prison time after she's found competent, but we won't know that until sentencing. I think that is what tipped the scales, honestly, is having that girl testified. Yeah, in his own parents' house. I'm like, what? Oh, Dana died. Yes, we just watched it. And she was found guilty on all counts, but insane at the time. So it's not guilty. It's almost like a not guilty for the reason of insanity. She's guilty, but she was insane at the time. So she will have to go to a facility, which hopefully will be a good one and she can get help. Not all of them are bad. Yeah, he does need to be stopped. And I'm hoping now that what's come to light in the case, in this particular case, that the district attorney, CPS, and other agencies will start looking at him, because, boy, it was eye-opening listening to the first wife and what she had to do to get out of there. Guilty but insane on all charges. Yep. You're right. That is true. Not every state has that. I don't think this was a hard case for them to decide. Look how little they deliberated. Not very long, a couple hours, if that. So, I was shocked they came back that quick. I think everybody was on the same page when they went back there. Yep. Yeah. So, I'm happy with that outcome because it will afford her to get help. And the longer she's away from that environment, but the only thing that concerns me now is her becoming a target. If they don't get her into a facility pretty dang quick, and she's in jail for any lengthy time before they get her into a facility, I do worry about her being victimized and all that. You know what I mean? Manipulated, controlled. But that's one of the worst crimes a woman can commit. So she's going to be at risk in jail or prison. The only thing that may save her is the insanity and the other inmates taking pity. But honestly, they just going to have to keep a good eye on her for her own protection. Okay, y'all. Out and about with Miss Dianne. Go to bed. Good night. I love seeing you. But honey boo boo, you need to get your buns in bed. Yeah, he's got 2 babies on the way right now. Yep, he sure does. That is scary. And the fact that he's living a nomadic life, it's hard to find him. And they do everything in cash. I mean, the girls pulled all that credit for them to live on. Yeah, thumbnails. I don't know how I'm doing on my thumbnails. I've never done thumbnails before I did this. So I'm still learning. He does need to be stopped. I had anybody, hold on. For those who watched me needle my face last night, I did the micro needling. It is smooth as a baby's butt. Look at it. And I don't think there's a filter on. I put well, there was a little bit of a filter on. I didn't notice. I put the lowest level filter on because I had sores on my face and I was trying to hide them. But it feels good. Hey, Carmen, spawn of AJ. Yeah. I do. In college right now, for those of you who don't know, hi, rolling along. I am a full-time student studying criminal justice, possibly going into law. We'll see how I am when I graduate. I'm 53 years old now. I don't know if I'll have it with me to go to law school. We'll see. But all of my schoolwork, everything's handwritten. Everything. Yeah, it may not make sense, but it's written. Okay, guys, rolling along. Nice to meet you. Thank you for joining. I appreciate all you newbies. Y'all, we don't have a whole lot of people. Oh, wrong one. We're giving away a Starbucks tumbler at the end of the month. If you subscribed this month, put I scribed. If you become a member, you get 10 entries. Subscription gets a 1 entry, maximum of 11 entries. Drawing will be the last day of the month. And I know I've got 2 tumblers to send out. I just haven't been able to get to the post office. I wonder. What Miss Jules is going crazy on her Twitter or X. All guilty, but insane. Guilty, but insane. We are going to now focus on the redirect for the Ibarra trial. That trial is definitely he guilty, in my humble opinion. That's just the way I feel. But at this point, I don't think anybody feels any different. Honestly. All right. Here we go.
Place for you, that's what I talked to you about it. Do you recognize, or before we plan, recognize states 329?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What is it?
That is a thumb drive that contains clips from my interview with Diego Ibarra.
The state and leadership hit 329 and request permission to publish.
329 submitted.
In your interview with Diego Ibarra, did you ask him if he had anything to do with the murder of Lake and Riley, basically?
I did.
And what was his response?
He said he had nothing to do with it.
And does he tell you where he was at the time that she was murdered? You asked him that.
Yes, I do.
And what is his response to you?
His response that he was sleeping in bed.
And were you ever, in all the hours that you spent, and let me just
Well,
ask you this.
guilty
how many
but
hours
mentally
did you
ill.
spend
You're right. Thank
investigating the murder of Lake and Riley?
Hundreds.
You know what? You're so right. Forgive me. Honestly, I just got here. My brain's not fully. I haven't even had my coffee yet. But you're right. She is guilty with insanity. But well, I'm sorry. It's guilty but mentally ill. Not guilty by. It's not a successful insanity defense. Oh. They say guilty but insane. Well, maybe that's just the way I heard it. I apologize. Thank you so much for the clarification. Thank you so much. Yep. And that's okay. I accept it. Insanity means that you're not criminally responsible. She was found responsible but mentally ill. But she will have to still go get psychological help. Is that not correct? And I guess depending on your state. I'm in Texas. I don't know. Yes, I'm happy to see all y'all here. Thank you so much for joining. And like I said, I'm not a lawyer yet, and I may not get everything perfectly right, but that's what I love about you guys. We all have different experiences and knowledge, and we just come together as a community. Thank you so much for clarifying. Out about with Dianne. Move your butt to bed and put the phone down and go to sleep. But if we can help you get to sleep, we'll do that too. But we really appreciate y'all. Thank you so very much. With that, we are transitioning back over to the Ibarra trial. If you are new here, please subscribe. Yeah, I had to get up early. I had to go get lab work. I'm rushing to get here, throw the makeup on. I can go to bed and dropping my medicine. Oh, gee, gads. Hold on. Nothing like sitting there with a pill in your mouth and it's starting to taste bad. I have a cat and a dog, so I got to find it right away. I can't afford to one of them find it and get it. But so she will be serving jail time, but would she not be also required to go to a mental facility? I was wondering. Yeah, we will. Definitely will. Oh gosh. Gone are the days. How many of us remember having to stay after school and write on the blackboard, I will not cheat. I will not tell a lie. I will not talk in class 100 times. Sorry, had to get the fan on. How many of us had to stay after school and teachers made us do that? Or what was even worse is take the paper home and write it on paper and have your mama and daddy sign it. Oh, that sucked. because my dad was a teacher. I was a chatty catty once I came out of my shell. Yeah, I do think she will go to a mental facility first and then serve a sentence. We'll see how long his sentencing is. I hope there's some grace and mercy in this sentence a little bit, because she's a baby herself, and this is definitely a horrible situation that she was in. I just want to get Z and see his ass fry. I don't care. Demonetize me. Fry that son of a bee's ass. And I won't go any further with the cussing. Did that too? Oh. Yeah. Oh, there goes the fire truck. I didn't get the call, so I don't have to run. One of my biggest things that one of my teachers used to do is we didn't stand in the corner. Do you know how they used to keep you in? No recess time. You couldn't go out and play. Oh, no. My teacher had to go out. We had to go out. So we had to stand next to the teacher the entire recess. It was called, there was a square. She drew a square on the asphalt next to where she sat. We had to stand in the square. It did sound weird. That's why I said it the way I did. Guilty, but insane at the time of the offense. That's how they read it. We didn't have anything on Saturdays. We didn't. I was a military brat until I got into 3rd, 4th grade. And then we were in big cities. Guilty, but mentally ill. Okay. Sorry. My bad. Honestly, for those who don't know me, hi, I'm AdaKay, and I'm deaf without my hearing aids. So I don't hear every single word, and I do that mental fill in. My bad. Smack me. There. You got me. Oh, most dictionaries. Oh my gosh. Where you had to sit there and copy a page. Oh. 9 dogs, coffee, cigarette, phone, watching on the iPad. 9 dogs. Oh. But you know what? I grew up good. And we had corporal punishment back then. Yep. They did that. Now that's depriving a student of their right to socialization or whatever. I mean, these kids, no offense, but these kids have no clue how easy they got it when it comes to the punishment phase.
The hundreds of hours that you have spent. What about?
They have no idea. I hated cleaning the erasers. That chalk tore my lungs up. I couldn't stand cleaning the erasers. Thank you. Yeah, people, it gets mentally exhausting being in long conversations. I'd rather talk to people over the phone because my phone has a special captioning that all Apples have. Thank you, Apple. I used to be an Android, but Apple is the most accessible phone, and you don't have to pay for it. The accessibilities. And so I do that. All right, my daughter's calling. Let's get on the other trial.
Your colleagues who are working this case with you at the University of Georgia Police Department and at the FBI. So Sergeant Norris, Sergeant Rabu, and Special Agent Hipkiss combined. How many hours have y'all worked?
Combined, it's thousands of man hours that have gone into this investigation.
And in the thousands of man hours that have gone into this case, have you been able to find any evidence that contradicts Diego Ibarra's statement that he was at home at the time?
I found no evidence to contradict the statement that he was at home at the time.
I'm gonna go ahead and play clip one for the record.
Wednesday, I started work at 4 in the afternoon. I'm supposed to have started at 3, but I didn't have a ride. I have a friend that sometimes gives me a ride. I didn't have a ride, so I got to work at.
And I need to stop you right there, clip one. Is that ERO Machado that's speaking?
Yes, that's correct.
And he starts with Wednesday. So what day of the week was February 22nd, 2024?
That was a Thursday.
So when he says Wednesday, he's talking about now the 21st.
Correct. He's talking of the previous day.
And if Laken Riley was killed on Thursday, then the following day when Diego, Ibarra, and all of the Ibarras are identified, that would be Friday?
Correct.
Thank you.
4 o'clock on Wednesday. Okay, so el miércoles usted entró a las 4 entonces. Sí.
And his work's still usually done at 11?
Y entonces el miércoles usted acabó el trabajo a las 11.
A las 11 de la noche.
Yes, 11 at night.
Then after work, where did you go?
Y después del trabajo, el miércoles, ¿dónde fuiste usted?
En la casa, porque nosotros no conocemos a más nadie aquí, no tenemos más ningún conocido. Nosotros somos nosotros y más ningún conocido así.
Okay. So we went straight home. I went straight home. We don't know anyone around here. We're just united together, and we don't know many people around here.
Okay, what time did you get home?
¿A qué hora llegaste a la casa el miércoles?
A las 11, por ser el horario de salud.
No, se salió a las 11. ¿A qué hora llegó a la casa?
A las que me choqué media hora caminando, 11:30, casi a las 12.
So, he walked, so he said he got home 11:30, almost 12 o'clock.
Okay, when you got home, what did you do?
Cuando usted llegó a la casa, ¿qué hizo usted?
Llegué a reposar un ratico y esperar que el cuerpo se me enfriara para meterme a bañar.
So he got in and just rested for a little bit and then took a shower.
Okay, who was home when you got home?
¿Quién estaba en la casa cuando usted llegó?
Estaban ellos, porque ellos saben más temprano, los hermanos míos. Ellos saben más temprano, ¿entiendes? Yo soy el último que salgo ahorita en este horario.
I'm sorry, I had to take that call. My daughter's in college and she fell in her dorm room. She went to sit on the chair and it rolled out from underneath her. And she fell really hard and really hit her head hard. And looks like she's hurting. So I had to take that call. We don't have teachers aren't teachers anymore. They're not allowed to teach anymore. My father was a teacher for 20 years after his 20-year military career. And he got out because they weren't, they were becoming glorified babysitters, he said. And that's not what he's there for. He's there to educate. And he just couldn't do it anymore. Yeah, that's especially right, rolling along. Thank you very much.
So it was them at the house. My brothers were there because I'm the one that gets home the latest. So they get home earlier than I do.
They were all there?
Todos sus hermanos estaban aquí.
Sí, todos estaban allá en la casa ya.
And then what time did you go to sleep?
¿Qué hora que usted fue a dormir?
No, yo me pongo a volver el teléfono y no te puedo decir qué hora porque me pongo a volver el teléfono, a escribirle a mi familia, a mi niña.
Pero más o menos.
No, ni idea, porque para uno, tú sabes, cuando uno se queda dormido, uno se queda dormido, uno no ve la hora, ¿entiendes?
Okay, so he said I wouldn't be able to tell you the time because when I get home, after I do what I do, I get on the phone, I'm playing on the phone, talking to my daughter, and, just fall asleep. I can't tell you the time that I fell asleep, but I just fall asleep.
Okay, would it have been, he can't give you a range, was it a couple of hours after he got home or had the sun come up?
Entonces, cuando usted fue a dormir, dame más o menos si fue algunos minutos, algunas horas, o ya salió el sol.
No, tampoco así.
Nada.
Como más o menos me duré como que más o menos me fue contando como a la una y pico, algo así, porque
So if I had to guess, I would say probably 1 o'clock, one and some change.
Okay, and then what time did you wake up
Y
yesterday?
¿a qué hora es que usted despertó ayer?
ayer que miércoles,
No, ayer fue jueves.
Sí, ayer desperté que como casi me paré tarde porque me pararon, pero los hermanos míos me pararon que como a las 2:00
A las 2 de la tarde.
Sí.
A las 2. ¿Tu hermano, cuál hermano?
El men y la gorda.
Te despertaron.
Sí, porque ellos se estaban alistando para irse a trabajar y ellos me paran, no, bueno, voy a ir a trabajar.
Okay.
Era tarde.
So yesterday, his sibling woke him up, Manny and the courtroom woke him up, he said it was around 2 o'clock. They came and woke him up.
So you were asleep from about 1 o'clock in the morning until 2 o'clock in the afternoon?
Entonces usted estaba dormido más o menos de la 1 de la mañana hasta casi las 2 de la tarde, el mismo.
Does that complete the first clip?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
I'm gonna play published clip 2 from April 29th.
So we're about to show you a video, and we want you to tell us who you think the person in the video is, or if you know who it is.
Vamos ahorita en este momento.
Because it's difficult for us to see what video is he shown at this time?
Special Agent Isaacson shows Diego Ibarra the video of Jose Ibarra disposing of a jacket in a dumpster.
Entonces enseñarle un video y queremos saber si usted conoce quién está en este video.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know where this is?
¿Sabe dónde es eso?
Yeah.
Yes.
Who is this?
¿Quién es eso?
Ese es mi hermano, veníamos, nosotros estábamos los juntos ese día.
That's me and my brother, we were both together that day.
Okay, there's only one person in the video, so who is that?
En el video solamente tiene una persona. ¿Quién es?
Is that you or your brother?
Sí,
¿Es usted o es su hermano?
no, es de él.
It's him.
Him?
No, it's his brother. Sorry, about him. His brother.
Okay, I'm gonna rewind it and let him watch it again.
Usted va a ver otra vez.
And where is this?
¿Dónde es eso?
Eso es el basurero donde nosotros vivimos.
It's in the trash can or the back over there by where we live.
No, ese está pegado, no está.
He said rewind.
Yes, I did, just give it a second.
Dame un segundo.
Good morning, C. Morales.
You'll still see him walk. Is that his hat?
Es la gorra, es un gorra.
Sí, es mi gorra.
Yes, it's my hat.
Okay, does he know what his brother is doing?
¿Sabe qué está haciendo su hermano?
Yo me estaba botando la basura. Yo sé, ahí se está botando la basura.
Oh,
Then
good
he's
to
throwing some
know.
in the trash.
Okay. And how does he know this is Victor?
¿Cómo que usted sabe que es su hermano? Víctor.
Porque esa ropa yo se la he visto a él.
Exactly.
That clothes.
Claro.
Okay, are these clothes that only Victor wears?
Esa es la ropa que usa Víctor. Nada más.
Esa ropa que en vez de todo para su trabajo y todo.
And that's the clothes that he wears to work and everything.
Okay, and I'm gonna show him one more picture, or yeah, he's gonna show him one more video to see.
One more video for you to look at.
Otro video para ustedes, mira.
I'm gonna let you watch it, then I'll ask some questions.
Usted va a ver el video, después va a hacer algunas preguntas.
Mhm. This is so good, No.
Esos videos
If you
eran atrás
subscribe,
de la Roma del Tubo.
but I comment.
What video now are you
And sub.
showing at this point at 6:19?
I'm showing Diego Ibarra the video of Jose Ibarra at the bus stop near, or at Rogers Road near Building S.
So this is a different video than the one you just showed us.
It is.
The videos in the back where we take the bus.
This is the bus stop.
Es en la parada de autobús? Yes.
Can you tell who that person is?
¿Quién es esa persona?
Ese es el hermano mío.
Es my brother.
Claro.
Is
Of
it
course.
Victor?
Sí, ya lo van a reconocer ellos hermano.
He said, of course, that's my brother Victor. I know, I recognize my brother Victor.
How does he know?
¿Cómo que sabe?
Porque esa ropa es la misma, esa chaqueta es lo que tiene en la cárcel.
Because that's the jacket, that's the
Sí,
jacket
es
he
la
has at home.
amarilla, claro. Ahí sabe yo como mi hermano.
I know, that's my brother.
He has a little bit of a mustache too.
Does he know why he has gloves on?
¿Usted sabe por qué está con guantes?
Yo también uso guantes, yo en el bolso mío también
Eso
tengo.
es la pregunta. ¿Sabe por qué está con guantes?
No sé por qué está con guantes el frío, me imagino yo.
I don't know why he's with gloves, the cold, I imagine that.
Does he sometimes bring gloves home from work, from the Chinese restaurant?
Cuando está allá trabajando en el restaurante de él, él viene para casa con guantes, ¿sí o no?
Sí.
Yes.
Describe the gloves that he usually brings home.
Describe las guantes que trae para
Son los mismos que yo tengo metido en mi mochila, son esos.
It's the same ones that I put in my backpack, the same ones, yeah.
This backpack that you can see Victor carrying, is that his bag or is that yours?
Esta mochila ahí que está con Víctor ahí es la mochila de Víctor o es suya.
No, esa es la de él, esa no es la mochila mía es la de atrás.
Is that your gray backpack or is that his?
Esta mochila gris es tuya o
Esa es su mochila. Yo la mía es así, pero yo la mía es de la espalda.
He said, okay, mine is a backpack. I don't know what he's looking at there. He said that was not, but his is gray as well.
That's a bag that kind of goes across your body?
Sí, no de lado.
La mochila que usted trae
De espalda.
de espalda y de Víctor es que
De lado.
de lado. Victor wears the backpack that goes across the body.
Has he seen Victor with that bag before?
¿Usted ha visto Víctor con esta mochila antes?
Sí, claro, él la tiene en la casa.
Yes, of course, he has it at home.
How often does he carry it?
Tiene sus cosas ahí metidas.
¿Qué tan pronto él trae esta mochila con él?
No, él tiene tiempísimo con su mochila.
Él lleva la mochila cuántas veces por día, por semana.
Ahí tiene todo sus cosas, su cédula, todo su vaina, ¿entiendes? Su colonia, tiene todo ahí metido.
Entonces él trae la mochila todos los días.
Claro.
Okay, so he put the bag every day. He carries all his personal items in that bag.
Is that bag in the apartment right now?
Esta mochila está en los apartamentos.
Está en la casa.
Yes, it's at home.
Where?
¿Dónde?
En el apartamento donde vivimos nosotros.
In the apartment where we live.
Where is that?
Does Victor have a bedroom where he keeps that bag in?
Él tiene un cuarto donde él deja
Vivimos
esta
todos,
mochila.
un solo cuarto nada más vivimos todos.
We all stay in one room. We all stay in one room.
Claro,
One room
dos
that we stay together.
Dos camas, una de dormir la gorda y el otro medio mío, Giancarlo en un mueble y yo vi todo junto.
¿Cuántas camas entonces?
Dos camas y un mueble.
Okay, so he's saying two beds, and I think he's saying what's it called, futon? El mueble.
Mueble.
Sí, con un sofá que se abre,
Sí.
con cama.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's saying like a futon and two beds.
So if we walk in the front door, like guide us to where Victor's belongings would be.
Entonces, entrando por la puerta de la frente, guíanos para donde, vámonos para la izquierda o derecha, para cómo entramos, guíanos para llegar a esta mochila.
La mochila en mano, ahí pueden entrar en la puerta y todas las cosas que no tenemos nada escondido porque no somos delincuentes, como le digo, ¿entiendes?
Sí.
Todo está en su sitio, no somos delincuentes para estar escondiendo nada, ¿me entiendes?
No, pero la mochila va a estar donde, ahí se
Ahí
de la
está,
puerta.
sí, ahí tiene que estar montada arriba, antes de dormir, si no está en la cama, tiene que estar ahí donde está toda mi ropa, donde está toda mi pertenencia, ahí tiene que...
Entonces, explícame, entrando por la puerta, ¿dónde va a estar esta mochila?
Si no está en la cama, tiene que estar en la pertenencia donde yo tengo mi ropa doblada.
No suya, de Víctor.
Que todos somos hermanos, mano, todos están juntos.
Okay. So he said, coming in, if it's not right there on top of the bed, it's gonna be by their stuff where they keep their clothes next to the bed somewhere.
Is that on the left or
¿Es
the
en
right?
el lado izquierdo o derecho?
De izquierda.
Left.
And finally, clip 3.
Would you be surprised that much of the evidence that we collected
I'll be
during
right
the
back.
investigation points to Victor as the person that hurt the student?
Va a quedar usted sorprendido si la evidencia que nosotros agarramos
I'm
está
dyslexic.
indicando que
I didn't even catch it.
Víctor lastimó a esta persona.
Tienen que tener evidencia como que digo.
Eso no que le pregunté. Va a estar sorprendido, sí o no.
Si usted dice que
Sí, va a estar sorprendido, sí o no.
yo no puedo decir que sí porque no sé, yo no puedo decir que sí.
Si yo voy a decir ahorita que su hermano Víctor
Ah,
le lastimó la persona que estamos investigando.
quedaré sorprendido, quedaré sorprendido, quedaré
Of course, I'm going to
sorprendido.
be surprised. Of course, I'm going to be
Claro,
surprised.
porque tienen que tener evidencia, me
So
imagino.
you're going to have to have evidence.
Yes, we understand.
Tenemos eso.
But again, he doesn't know, you don't know anything about that, right?
Yo, otra vez, usted no sabe nada de eso.
No sé nada de lo que está pasando ni nada, me quedo sorprendido porque me están investigando a mí también, me quedo sorprendido.
I'm surprised because you're investigating me as well. I'm surprised.
At no time in the past 12 to 24 hours did Victor tell you any information about hurting somebody.
Entonces, en ninguna vez, ahorita de las 12 a 24 horas, ha dicho Víctor que algo olvidó, que pasó algo.
¿Qué pasó algo?
Sí,
No.
no.
At any point in time, did you participate in trying to cover up somebody being hurt?
En cualquier tiempo participó usted en alguien estando lastimado.
No participó en nada malo que no me involucre en nada, ¿entiendes? Que no participaba en nada, nada.
I didn't participate in anything.
No, that completes the clips of that interview that the state wishes the fact finder to consider, and of course, the other side can play what they wish, and at this time, I'll pass it.
Good morning, Agent Byer.
Morning, ma'am.
You interviewed Stephanie Slayton for this case.
That's correct.
In your interview with Ms. Slayton, she was cooperative.
Yes, she was.
She volunteered to let you download her phone.
She volunteered to allow us to download her phone. We did not do it.
And she expressed fear of speaking to you.
Yes.
She specifically was afraid of retaliation for her statements.
Oh, you're welcome.
Retaliation from
You're
Diego.
That's
welcome.
correct.
Glad I could do
When
it.
you confronted Diego about whether or not he had threatened Ms. Slayton, he denied
Thank
doing
you
it.
for joining me.
Correct.
It's
When
right
you
on the
were
way
speaking
up.
to the state, you said that you had no evidence to contradict Diego being at home on the morning of February 22nd.
I have no evidence to contrary that he was anywhere other than at home. He did not appear on any video in the apartment complex. He did not appear on the trailer camera.
Multiple people reviewed that video of someone throwing away a jacket in the dumpster.
Yes.
Multiple people identified that person as Diego.
The only person that I'm aware of that identified it as Diego was Stephanie Slayton.
Bethany Paisley also said
Objection, hearsay,
it's rebutting, it's impeaching
call a
him.
witness.
No, it's
I got to take the dog out.
Bethany Paisley also said that the person in the dumpster video looked like Diego.
Looked like Diego, but to the best of my knowledge, she was not confident in that identification.
No further questions.
Bethany Paisley couldn't tell you who it was in the video, is that right?
Correct.
And the people that could tell you were Rose Belly, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Who came from New York with Jose Ibarra, right?
Correct.
And lived with Jose Ibarra for months.
Correct.
Is the same race as Jose Ibarra.
Correct.
Speaks the same language as Jose Ibarra.
Yes, ma'am.
She was able to identify him from the video.
She was.
Was she in any doubt in her mind that that was Jose Ibarra? Did she ever express doubt to you?
No, ma'am.
Same question about Diego Ibarra. Diego Ibarra is Jose's brother.
Yes, ma'am.
Diego Ibarra identified his brother in that video.
Yes, ma'am.
Did Diego Ibarra express any hesitation, any doubt that he was looking at his own brother?
No, ma'am. He said, of course I know my own brother.
And he did it in both videos, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Stephanie Slayton, how long had she known Diego?
Maybe a little bit over 6 months,
Same question about Jose Ibarra. How long had she known him?
a similar period of time.
And she's the only person who expressed an opinion different than that of Jose Ibarra's brother, correct?
That I'm aware of, yes, ma'am.
And the only person that expressed an opinion different than that of Rose Belly, Jose Ibarra's roommate.
That I'm aware of, yes, ma'am.
And in your investigation, Special Agent Beyer, is Diego's DNA underneath Lake and Riley's fingernails?
No, ma'am.
Is Diego's DNA on the blue jacket that was found in the dumpster?
No, ma'am.
This is the closing argument she's making. This witness didn't have the DNA.
Is Diego's thumbprint on Lake and Riley's phone?
No, ma'am.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Blair?
No, Your Honor.
Can you be excused?
Yes, sir.
No objection.
Thank you, Judge.
Anything else, Ms. Blair?
No, sir. The state rests for battle.
Anything from the defense? Can I just look at these last exhibits real quick? While you're doing that, I'm going to review the exhibits, or is that what you want to look at? Yeah,
What they were, but I just want to.
That's family for you.
give me a moment to look at these exhibits.
Can y'all hear that? I can feel some weird. Is it the candle? It started when I lit the candle. That's weird. Families, what can I say? You know, can't live without them. Insane. So how long do you think it's going to take for them to bring this guy's verdict down? The judge. An hour, a day, 2 days, a week. Well, baby girl, you want to come say hello? Come on. Come up. Oh, hi, my baby girl. Oh, you go. Oh, am I hitting it? Oh, the tail's just a go. Oh my God, you're shedding. Oh, yeah. You're gonna have to move because I gotta be there. Ugh, she's shedding. This time of year, that was a handful of hair there. Well, that's right. We can zoom.
If you only had that physical.
Okay, we got closing arguments.
Your Honor, Lakin Riley herself has given you all the evidence you need alone. to find this man guilty of every single count in this indictment. And as I said in my opening, and what the evidence has shown in this case,
Morning talks.
is that she did fight.
And it is a direct result of
Did you
that
sleep
fight
well?
that gives
I
you
hope.
all the physical evidence you need to convict him. And if you only had that physical evidence, you would have enough to convict him. But what you have heard in the last few days in this trial is video evidence laid on top of the physical evidence that corroborates it. Digital evidence laid on top of the physical evidence and the video evidence that all corroborate one another. And the three forms of that evidence in this case, the physical evidence, the video evidence, and the digital evidence, combined twist this very powerful knot that this defendant cannot get out of. There is no way out for him. The evidence in this case has been overwhelming. And the evidence in this case has spoken loud and clear that he is Laken Riley's killer, and that he killed her because she would not let him rape her. And look no further. You have to look no further to his actions 73 minutes before he encountered her on the trail to know what he was up to that day. And so not only does the physical evidence identify him, the video evidence identifies him. His own brother identifies him. His roommate, Rosebelly, identifies him. The people who he was living with condemn him. But his digital evidence of posting selfies of himself wearing what is basically his rapist gear an hour before he leaves his house, that condemns him. He has condemned himself. And what I'm going to do in the time that I have before this court is review the evidence that this court has heard and ask that you find him guilty on every single count of this indictment, not because you feel sorry for anyone, but because he earned it, because he deserves it, and because we have proven it beyond a reasonable doubt. Let's start with the physical evidence. The defendant's DNA is under the right fingernails of Laken Riley. And it is only Laken and this defendant in that sample, and no one else. It was first done at True Allele, and because our Hennis and this defendant are blood brothers, he couldn't be excluded under YSTR. And then it was Diego who could be excluded by YSTR because he has a genetic mutation. But True Allele, when looked further in at the sample, eliminated both Diego and Argenis. So the evidence in this case has been, and is, that it is only the defendant and Laken Riley underneath her right nails. And how did that happen? Because she, in her fight, marked him, scratched him. And the testimony from Ms. Hinkle yesterday, when asked, well, how do you get a person's DNA underneath your fingernails? One of the first things she says is scratches or bodily fluid. Casual contact is not enough, and wearing an item is not enough. And how do we know that? The black Adidas hat that we all see for our own eyes on Diego's head doesn't have his DNA on it. I mean, contact DNA isn't the magic bullet that everybody likes to pretend it is in front of a jury. But we know Diego was wearing that hat. You can see it for your own eyes. And I'm going to talk a lot more about that hat and why and how Diego was wearing that hat a little later. It is the defendant's thumbprint on Laken's phone. And this was from the Daubert hearing. This is, first of all, the digital image of Special Agent Daniela Stewart. And that is a digital image 597, which is in evidence on one of the thumb drives. And the court heard the testimony that we adopted from the Daubert hearing. And I have here states 28 from the Daubert hearing of October 11th, where Sergeant Stewart of the ACC Police Department, who has been a latent print examiner since 1994, has looked at thousands of prints, compared that image that Special Agent Stewart took on the night of Laken Riley's murder when they finally found her phone after dark away from her body. And he compared it to the known fingerprints of Jose Ibarra, and he did it twice. And he found and explained to the court at the Daubert hearing, which we have adopted as part of this transcript, 15 points of comparison and similarities between the latent print left on Laken Riley's phone, and Jose Ibarra's fingerprints. So in order to find this defendant not guilty of killing Laken Riley, you would have to disbelieve DNA. You would have to disbelieve fingerprint evidence. And even if you did that, you would still have this. Quite frankly, she got him. She scratched him. And you heard the testimony from Sergeant Epps and from Corporal Sayan. The left wrist was still oozing. Both of them saw that. And when asked, what's with these injuries by Corporal Sayan, and we played that part of the body cam video for the court to see, Corporal Sayan wasn't coming at him hot. It was super calm and casual. They're out there laughing. They're laughing in those videos, smoking, talking on their phones, talking to one another, all four of those people inside that residence, chillaxing. And Sayan's like, my friend, do me a favor, show me your hands. My friend, how did you get those injuries? And his first response is that of a monstrously guilty individual. What scratches? Y'all don't see these scratches. We don't see these scratches. So in order to find him not guilty, you would have to disbelieve your own eyes. What scratches, he says? All of those scratches. And there were more scratches than that, because when Daniela Stewart, and those photos are in evidence to you, when she photographed him and made him take his shirt off, there are scratches on his back. His back. And you know what that's consistent with? That is consistent with him asphyxiating her, being on top of her, compressing her chest, and smashing her head in with that rock. That's what that's consistent with. How do you get scratches on the back of your neck? How do you get scratches on your back? Laken left those scratches, and the physical evidence says that she left those scratches because that is why his DNA is underneath her right fingernails. She marked him. She marked him for everyone to see. She marked him for you to see. And the digital evidence that she wore that day also corroborates everything, all the physical evidence and the video evidence. We will never know. We will never know what he did to her on that trail and in what order. And we'll never know what he did to make her stop. Because quite frankly, I am certain she could outrun him if she wanted to. But she didn't. And he did something to her where she knew immediately she was in trouble. And how do we know that? From the Garmin and her phone. Simultaneously, if you put those two things together, which is what this graph is that you saw and that's in evidence, at 9:10 a.m., and there's some seconds in between them that really only matter if you're an Olympian swimmer or a track runner. It's so close together in time, it doesn't matter. It is simultaneous. Simultaneously, she enacts or tries to call 911 from her phone using the SOS function of her iPhone. And we know that from her phone. And simultaneously at that same time, she comes to a dead stop. She stops in her tracks. And we know that that is the time she meets him on the trail. And how do we know that? Well, we know that from the FBI, because there is a chart that I'll show you a little later in my closing argument, where at 9:10 a.m., their digital profiles overlap one another. They have met in that woods. His from his timing advanced data from his phone. And remember, the moment he enters the forest, his Wi-Fi is no longer active. And so there's no Rubin data from about 8:55 to about 9:40 a.m. And that is evidence of his guilt too. The fact that he's in that forest, that means he's in the forest. And we know he's in the forest because he has no Rubin data. And we know he's in the forest because his timing advanced data puts him there. And they meet simultaneously, digitally, on that trail at about 9:10 a.m. And so something happened, and this is her Garmin watch. And we know there was a fight because the way that it looks, look at this, on the trail, she's still on the trail till about 9:14 a.m. And then her Garmin starts moving off the trail. And he takes her off that trail 65 feet, 64 feet and 11 inches to be exact, 65, close enough. And he does that for only one purpose, and that is to isolate her so that he can victimize her. And that is exactly what he did. But the true allele under her nails, as damning as it is, isn't all that you have. And you could put that aside and the fingerprint aside, although there's no reason to. On the jacket that he is seen throwing away about 12 minutes or 14 minutes after her heart stops beating. And it is no coincidence that he is in that forest until her heart stops beating at 9:28 a.m. And it isn't until around 9:40 that he emerges. He is with her that entire time. But about 14 minutes afterwards, he is seen on video dumping a jacket that you have here in evidence that you've seen a lot, so I'm not going to show it to you again, that has a mixture, and this is traditional DNA. This is not true allele. This is not probabilistic genotyping. This is traditional DNA, and it is a mixture between only two people, Laken Riley and this defendant. And it's no mistake that it is blood, a mixture of their blood on that jacket. And on that jacket also are 29 hairs that are consistent with Laken Riley that all have been not all of them, but several of them have been forcibly removed from her head. And they were wrapped around the button that you see in some of the photographs when Officer Davis testified, the way that he saw it. And it is a rare day that as a prosecutor, we ever get such great evidence of tampering with evidence. But the defendant himself is on video, and here it is. And now I guess the defense will have you believe he just threw away that jacket right at this moment just because he just didn't want it anymore. That's not reasonable. He threw away that jacket because he knew exactly what was on it. He knew it was his blood, he knew it was her blood, and he knew he had to get rid of it. And he also knew that he had to get rid of his gloves. And so what he does further on in this frame is you can see him take them out of his pocket and throw it in the bushes. And on those gloves is Laken Riley's blood. He threw away the gloves because he knew what he had done. He knew her DNA or her blood would be on that, and he got rid of it. That is what we call consciousness of guilt in our business. He threw away those items because he knew he had killed her, and he threw them away because he didn't want anyone to find her. That's why he did it. And what's so fascinating about this video is the part where he looks at the hat. Let's talk about that. Guess what he didn't throw away? The hat. It's his brother's hat. Diego said it in the interview. That's my hat. He wears his own brother's hat to go kill someone. And he looks at it. Oh, no blood on that. He didn't see any blood on it, although there is some blood on it. Puts it back on his head. Doesn't throw that away. And then lets his own brother walk around with it the next day. And the fact is, if Diego had not been wearing that hat, we may have never caught these people. We may have never caught him. But Diego was wearing that hat. You think for 1 minute, Diego would have to be the dumbest killer on the face of the planet if he killed Laken Riley and was still wearing that hat around. Because what Laken Riley's killer did was he got rid of all the evidence. At least he thought he did. And that hat right there, he couldn't see her blood. And he gives it back to his brother. And luckily for all of us, his brother decides to wear that hat that next day. And we know his brother wasn't wearing the hat on that day because you got to see the video for yourself where Diego goes to work on the day of Laken Riley's killing. He's at work and he's wearing a completely different hat. And each day that we have of the videos of where he's going to work,
toxic.
he's wearing a completely different hat. So this defendant, this killer, gives a hat back to his own brother that he was wearing when he killed Laken Riley. And I have to take a moment. You know, the officers in this case have done a lot of things. They dived into dumpsters. Daniela Stewart told you she was on her hands and knees on that crime scene looking for rocks that were similar. Couldn't find any rocks around where Laken Riley was murdered. a lot of it, Sergeant Timothy Johnson, whose testimony we adopted from the hearing in October, just hitting the streets looking for things. Zach Davis, dumpster diving. It was a combination of good police work and, quite frankly, just luck. We were lucky that Diego decided to wear that hat. And do you think for 1 minute if Diego had killed her, he would have put that hat on? No. And looking in the video that you see, and you saw slowed down versions of it, Diego has tattoos on the back of his neck. They are not in that video. Rosebelly herself, who knows both of these two, identified this defendant in that video. And if you're concerned about whether she's right about that, well, the FBI's digital profile of this defendant's device hovers over that dumpster at 9:40 a.m. It's him, and there is no doubt that it's him. Here is the FBI profile, digital profile from the CAS team of the defendant's device now over the dumpster. In the center of this is D1, 9:40 a.m. He's at the dumpster that we just saw him at, dumping bloody clothes. And how do we also know he's back at his apartment at that time? Because Special Agent Hipkiss, who extracted 1B7, said at 9:58 a.m., the device is plugged back in and charging, which means he's back home. But he's not done. And before I go on to the other videos, these are all the selfies of this defendant on his phone 1B7. And I understand, and I suspect maybe the defense will argue, well, Judge, other people used his phone. Yeah, they did in October. And in the other 2 months that they want to talk about are other 2 accounts. Oh yes, Diego has a Google account that has been accessed from 1B7. Both of those accounts that they talked about, one a Facebook, one a Google, I can't remember exactly, but there were 2 of them. Rosebelly had one and Diego had one. One of the accounts was closed in January, and the other one, Rosebelly, was closed in February of February 12th of that year. So on the day in question, on February 22nd of 2024, there is zero evidence, no evidence that anyone other than this defendant was using that phone. And any attempt to argue that someone else was is just pure speculation, because the only activity on the phone prior to leaving is him taking that selfie at 5:30 in the morning. That's it. There's no one texting, no one WhatsApping, no one calling in the time that he's out hunting and killing, because he's holding the phone and he's a little busy because he's looking for victims. He's looking for females. Nobody else is using that phone. And the FBI said, and the phone tracks his own video. You could put the video of him at the bus stop, which I'll show, and put it with the digital profile of the phone, and they track one another. So the videos and the digital profiles track one another because he's holding the phone at the time. And this is what he does when he gets back. His phone is plugged in at 9:58 a.m., but he's not done destroying evidence. That shirt that he's seen wearing with the black and white pattern in the video, in the dumpster video, a few minutes later when he comes out of his house at 10:21, he's changed. And now he's wearing the clothes that he's actually arrested in. This is him, 10:21 a.m., and he's got a bag in his hand. I really wonder what's in that bag. Never found that bag. And he didn't want anyone to find that bag. And how do we know that? Because he's walking towards a dumpster. And Sergeant Norris said that dumpster in that part of the apartment complex had been picked up about 45 minutes later that day. So they weren't able to get and see what was in that bag. And no one ever found what was in that bag. But you know what was also never found? The striped bag that he's wearing over his, that sling bag that he's wearing in both the dumpster video and in the bus stop video. That bag was never found, ever. And I suspect it's because it was in that bag that we just see. And here he is coming back 3 minutes later, and there is nothing in his hand. He's gotten rid of the rest of the evidence, because that's what guilty people do. So the digital evidence that I have talked about in summary from Special Agent Jay Gurney of the CAS team, it is his opinion that he left that house at 6:52 a.m. and that he returned around 9:50 a.m. And that there is no Reuben data on that phone from 8:55 to 9:40, which is consistent with him being in the forest. This is the slide from, and this is what summarized Special Agent.
I have to tell y'all what happened. Oh my God, it was so cute. This customer comes in my son's shop with a little kid, probably a year and a half-ish. Was so excited to see my service dog. So we took, my service dog goes up. And so my son came back and got me, and I got treats, and the service dog did a little song and dance for the kid. And it was so cute. It's just adorable. I love that. I apologize for stepping out so quickly. Here we go.
Ernie's testimony that at the time at 9:10 a.m., so on this slide here that was before the court, page 29 of his exhibit, at 9:09 a.m. to 9:12 a.m. is we're on the trail, Lake and Riley.
Count 3 felony murder. I find
Okay, guys, we have a verdict already. Do y'all have a choice? We have a verdict in this case. Do you wish to jump ahead? Do you want to listen to all the closing arguments? Oh, why did I do that? Or do you want to just go ahead and hear the verdict? Because we have a verdict. That judge was like, bam, I'm ready. It's up to y'all. Oh, wait a minute. All right, we're jumping ahead. Got everything up and going? We're all good? Okay, here we go. Don, it's horrible. An illegal alien unalives a beautiful young woman who was on a jog.
a couple of things before I announce the verdict. I want to point out that typically my role in a trial, in a criminal trial, is to manage the process. And the fact finding is done by a jury. That wasn't the case in this trial. I managed the process, try to. And I was also the finder of fact. And that is somewhat of a different role than we typically see. I'll tell you that you may have seen me, I make notes during the trial. I probably filled up 2 legal pads full of notes during the trial, but the closings, I want to just listen. And that's what I did. But I wrote down 2 things in the closing. One was a statement by Ms. Ross that the evidence was overwhelming and powerful. And then I also wrote down what Ms. Beck said, that I'm required to set aside my emotions. That's the same thing that we tell jurors in what, and we're giving them their job. That's the way I have to approach this. And I did. Both of those statements are correct. I'll now announce the verdict. In the state of Georgia versus Jose Antonio Ibarra, case SU 24 CR 0323, count 1, malice murder, I find the
Guilty.
defendant guilty. Count 2, felony murder, I find the defendant guilty. Count 3, felony murder, I find the defendant guilty. Count 4, felony murder, I find the defendant guilty. Count 5, kidnapping with bodily injury, I find the defendant guilty. Count 6, aggravated assault with intent to rape, I find the defendant guilty.
Mhm.
Count 7, aggravated battery, I find the defendant guilty. Count 8, obstructing or hindering a 911 call, I find the defendant guilty. Count
Oh,
9,
thank you.
tampering with evidence, I find the defendant guilty. Count 10, peeping Tom, I find the defendant guilty. I certainly will allow both sides to look at this if you want to do it. The next step is sentencing. I'm prepared to go forward with that now.
I bet you are.
Either side suggests that you need a few minutes, an hour break or something to do that, then I'll certainly do that as well. Consider that.
We have one moment.
Sure.
So they're going to do that. I don't want to pause. I just want to mute it. What do you think? I am not surprised at all. This judge's like, I'm on it. Yeah, this to me was a no-brainer. He's going to serve a lot of time. And then if he's still alive, because he hasn't passed away due to old age, he'll be deported. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So anybody interested in the parole hearing of Susan Smith? Well, we can go there for a moment until they're back on with the Ibarra. I know a lot of people wanted to know that, so let me share that for now. We're just hopping today. We're hopping. I feel like I'm somebody else, just hopping all over the place.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for joining you before the board.
Here's
Please
Miss
wait for the
Susan
chairman
Smith.
to address you.
Okay.
Good morning,
No,
Mr. Sherrod. We hope
I'm
you
not
are doing
saying
well
that.
this morning.
Okay, I
Please
gotta
tell us
pause.
what you have done.
You're right. It doesn't matter, Don, if you're legal or illegal, but what the question was earlier, how is his sentencing going to affect him? Are they going to just deport him, or will he serve his time and then be deported? That's why I said what I said. And so he will serve his time. If he's given 65 years, for example, and he dies of cancer in prison, then that's it. If he's alive at the end of that time, then he will be deported. The frustrating thing for me is it is going to cost the tax dollars on us citizens millions to keep this guy in prison for the time, like if he gets 50, 60 years or life or whatever. It's going to cost us so much money that it frustrates me. And I'm not trying to be insensitive to the family. I am all on the family side. He gets the appeals like everybody else. He gets all of the same rights as an American citizen. And that is a debate I'm not going to get into here. But it is going to cost us so much money. Yeah. Yep. But then they try and come right back in. I think it would be nice if there was a law enacted that would handle this problem. But the problem is it would never get passed. And I'm not going to say. So It does cost a lot of money for everyone in jail. I don't disagree with that. It costs a lot of money in general. But I guess we have people that go over to other country and commit crimes and they have to pay for them. I get it. This is just a no-win. It's just a no-win. Okay, let's listen to the Miss Smith
Get ready for parole.
parole.
Much I can do right now, but I don't have a place to stay. My sister was stuck.
And for not seeking the death penalty.
Morning. To say to this board today.
No.
We thank you very much for your time, sir. If you will please exit the room, we'll have an answer for you later today. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
One moment as the room clears.
Look at that guy. That's a typical. That
And
agent,
the room is
that
clear, and
group
we do have
of
additional
inmates
testimony
has
facilitated
increased
by the Office of Victim
greatly
Services.
over the last 10 years.
Yes, please
Hi,
wait
y'all.
as the victims join from central office. Also, we have a statement to be read.
Good morning.
Oh, poor man.
Good morning. Good morning. You all are here for the parole consideration case of Charles Juror. Is that correct? That's correct. We are very, very sorry.
I don't want to hear about Charles Sherrod. Don't want to hear about him.
A person, but he's now somebody that wants to give back.
Interesting.
Facilitated by
To stay positive and
To do so.
Again.
It's not necessary, but if you'd like to say anything else, you're welcome to, but you certainly don't have to.
He looks like a Miss America pageant.
Well, thank you for being here, and again, we are very, very sorry for the circumstances, but we wish you both the very best. If you'll exit with these ladies, we'll have an answer for you in just a moment. Okay, thank you so much.
Doesn't she? She looks like a Miss pageant.
The room at Central is clear.
Please wait as OBS Hemingway has a statement to be read.
The statement will be read from Jamie Beaties, the victim. I am opposed to parole. Mr. Clanton tried to strangle me on the
Staying in the church, raising my son.
All right, we're waiting.
I want the parole board to know that I don't have a hate for Matthew Thomas. I've never
to Matthew being on parole or released in any way or deal with the effects that would come from.
Chair, if you all will exit
we're
the rooms, we'll have an
We're
answer for
hunting.
you later today. Ladies, here, you can exit with these ladies right over here. Thank you so much. We wish you well. Thank you, ladies. Well, today, please tell us what your issues with alcohol.
There you go.
So
I'm sorry, sir. We can't hear you.
And I really do believe that if you were to grant him
we're gonna
parole,
stay
he
here.
will see.
Hey Zach,
And
how
if
are
he
you
could
doing?
talk personally to the family, he would tell them how how sad and how sorry he is, because he tells me that all the time, and we pray about it. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mrs. Tyson. We appreciate your comments, and we thank you for being here so very much. Are there any other questions from the board? Thank you both for joining us this morning. If you all will please exit the rooms, we will have an answer for you later today. Thank you.
one moment as the room clears. And the room is clear, and we do have additional testimony facilitated by the Office of Victim Services.
Please wait as the victim joins virtually. Yes, Mr. and Mrs. Poston. I'm sorry, sir, we can't hear you. There you go. We can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry, I apologize. I kept hitting the mute button.
That's okay. If you would, please state your name and your relationship to the case of Charles Hassan.
I'm John Poston, and he was my uncle.
Yes, sir. And is someone else with you there?
My mother's here.
Okay, if she would, please state her name and relationship to the case.
My name is Myra Poston, and I'm sorry, what was the last one?
What is your relationship to Uncle Charlie?
Yeah, the relationship to Charlie was my brother.
Thank you both. If you would, please wait for the board to address you.
All right, thank you.
Good morning. Thank you so very much for joining us. We are so sorry for the circumstances that brought you to be a part of this hearing, but we appreciate you taking the time to speak with us. At this time, we would like to know whether you are for or against parole, and if either of you wishes to make a statement, you are certainly welcome to do so.
We're definitely against it. Like we've been doing now for I don't know how many years, being inconvenienced and can't move on from this situation. And watching everybody used to come and help us with these parole hearings, either passed away or whatever. So I'm kind of now the only one left to handle all this. But I oppose it on two main reasons again. I'll reiterate like the last several years. The first one being that he was my uncle, a family member. And he was like my big brother. And my mom actually asked me just now, how long ago has he been passed away? And I looked, and it's been 43 years now. And every single day, it seems like 1981 back in my mind, especially when it comes to this time of year. So that thought process will never disappear, or we get over it, move on. But, you know, as far as that goes, he was like my big brother. I loved him, and I wish he could have been here longer to be with me. And, you know, I was telling her today, you know, he got me involved in football when I was a little boy. He went to North Myrtle Beach High. I went to West Florence, and they're actually playing tomorrow, Friday night in the playoffs. And I would have loved to go with him to that, but as you can see, that's impossible now. But as a family member, I definitely oppose it. As a law enforcement officer that's been retired now 25 years and provides security for under a proprietary license under SLED for a church/school, I definitely oppose it from that perspective, mainly because this guy supposedly had robbed one time already, and robbed him again, and the second time he ended up killing him, shooting him twice. And if that wasn't even bad enough, he decides to shoot at a law enforcement officer that was responding to the scene. I take that very personally on a number of reasons.
Hey guys, I got a visitor. I'm still here. We're still listening. I'm just going to be muted.
Have I listened to the tapes or anything where he comes out and just, you know, says he's sorry, or, you know, he doesn't repent, he doesn't say anything to us or apologize for his behavior or ask for forgiveness. It's more or less, hey, I'm a changed man, I'm a Christian, I sing, I got married, blah, 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 and all that. So it's like, he hasn't changed one bit, in my opinion. Again, going back to where he wrote the book on judicial lynching, making a mockery of our justice system, which we do have flaws. Being a cop, I understand the flaws that do exist in our justice system. But we can't let someone like that make a mockery out of it. And so for mainly all those reasons and other victims that have to deal with situations like this every single year and can't move on, I totally deny parole. I request a denial of parole for this guy.
Thank you, Mr. Poston. Mrs. Poston, do you wish to make a statement?
Yes, of course, this was my brother, and he was just so young and taking care of everybody, my mother and all that, and this person who has done so badly to us, and some of the words he even said when I was around. So I just definitely do not want him to be released out into the wild earth, I guess you want to say. But yes, I definitely deny that.
Thank you. And again, we are very, very sorry for the circumstances that brought y'all to be a part of this hearing, but thank you for your time and your comments. Someone from Victim Services will be back in touch with you shortly to let you know the outcome of the hearing. Thank you, and we wish you well.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Please wait as the room clears. And the room is clear.
Mr. Charles Tyson is denied parole. The vote is unanimous, numbers 1, 3, and 6. Thank you.
Thank you. And at this time, we will pause for a 5-minute break. Ms. Hunter, if you can advise when the recording has been paused.
The recorder has been paused.
Thank you. We will take a brief 5-minute break and we'll be back shortly.
She has served
Myself in the parole hearing of Susan Smith, number 2. Institution. board is,
I'm sorry, I still had you muted. My apologies.
the board is, I just need to confirm there is some other conversation. Is
That
everything?
sounds in my eardrums like
Okay,
a
yes, ma'am, we are ready. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Hunter, if you can advise when the recording has begun.
The recorder has begun.
Thank you. The time now is 11:41 a.m. We're resuming our hearings. Our next case will be case number 34. Case number 34, Susan Smith. One moment as Leith connects, and she does have supporters, and will be represented by attorney Tommy Thomas.
Thank you.
One moment as all parties connect.
Ms. Brown Hennerhan, I do have a statement that I need to read into the record, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I have received this correspondence. It is addressed to the Honorable Chair Kimberly Frederick, dated November 20th, 2024. Please be advised that I will recuse myself in the parole hearing of Susan Smith, number 221487. I was acting warden at Camille Grand Correctional Center in 1999, where inmate Smith was housed, and subsequently transferred to Leith Correctional Institution. I have determined that it is appropriate to recuse to eliminate any appearance of affecting her opportunity for parole. Respectfully, Geraldine P. Miro. Thank you, Mrs. Miro. This is accepted. If you would please exit the room. Thank you. Mrs. Miro has recused herself of this case and has exited the room. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have moved her site into the lobby briefly. And one moment as we admit all parties. There at Leith, ma'am, confirming you are Miss Susan Smith.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And attorney Tommy Thomas, are you able to hear us?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Thank you. And there at the support site, confirm you are here in support of Miss Susan Smith.
They're asking, can you hear? Yes, we can hear.
And you're here in support of Miss Smith?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you all for joining you before the board. Please wait for the chairman to address you.
Good morning, Ms. Smith. Good morning, Mr. Thomas, and good morning to the folks at Watkins. Thank you all for being here with us today. We hope everyone is doing well. Ms. Smith, I want you to know that we have received the packet of information that Mr. Thomas's office provided to us on your behalf, and we have reviewed that packet. So thank you for submitting that in advance of this hearing today. Mr. Thomas, or is your client going to begin?
Yes, ma'am, I'll be glad to begin.
Yes, sir.
Members of the board, good morning. This is Susan Smith's parole hearing. This has probably been one of the most difficult cases that I have had to put together for a parole presentation. Just lots of different factors to consider. She's been convicted of murder, of course. She has served 30 years, and she was 23 at the time that this incident occurred. She was sentenced to life with the eligibility of parole, so that's why she is here today. I'm not really going to speak much about the crime. There are some things that I want to cover, and that's not out of disrespect. We were very concerned about that. Today is Susan's parole hearing, and so today is going to be about Susan, and I want to make sure that the things that are important not only to her but to this hearing, this board, are presented, and I want to thank you in advance for your time to listen to everything. This story is really a mental health story. Some of this stuff, I've known Susan for a couple of years, and we've been working on this case. One of the things when I first met her was, of course, trying to kind of figure out some rhyme or reason as to, how these things have happened, and was able to find and have someone come to see her on a routine basis for counseling, and also to try to help her, through the daily things with Department of Corrections. As a result, that's kind of what I came to the conclusion was it is a mental health story. It's about the dangers of untreated mental health. It is about the lack of insight, the lack of diagnosis into mental health. And it's about stigmas, old stigmas. Of course, I'm 68 years old. I remember those. Hopefully they're not as bad today. Susan was hospitalized as a young teen for a short period of time for mental health treatment. And not to disparage anybody, but her mom was telling folks that she was in the hospital because she had a strep infection. So those were things that we didn't talk about. Those were things that were pushed under the rug, so to speak, because they were embarrassing. They showed weakness. I don't know what they showed, but they showed up and culminated in Susan as a result of a day that all of this
Well, guys, I told you I had some good news. I got me some good news. I am so excited. I'm excited, y'all. Super ass excited. A dear friend of ours is agreed to come in as my social media manager, just overall manager of all the social media. We're going to start creating websites. We're going to start doing all of that fabulous stuff. Her name is Lacey, but we call her the crazy lady. Come on, just say hello. Hello. Welcome her to the family. I'm so excited. She is fabulous. You guys will be seeing her back there in chat a lot. And you'll be starting to see a whole lot of new stuff popping. But I just wanted to welcome her aboard and let y'all hello, crazy lady. So anyway, of course, Sensei is back here getting all the loving.
Yes.
So anyway,
I guess it looked like I was scratching your rear end.
it did.
Okay, yeah,
Sensei,
no.
up. Okay, now,
Yeah, see,
now
I was scratching the doggy's booty.
So I'm going to be chatting with her while we're listening. And y'all, thank you so much for
came
welcoming her
together and
aboard.
produced some horrendous results. So I think it's important to Susan, if anything comes out of this hearing, it's that people understand there's nothing to be ashamed of. There's nothing and no reason not to reach out and seek treatment. And there is certainly no stigma that should be involved in trying to better yourself and help yourself for yourself and for others, members of the family and everyone. Susan, moving on, Susan is a high school graduate. She has some college with USC Union. She has attended International Christian College, and she's worked on an associate's degree. She's still actually working on that in Christian counseling. She has no prior record that I'm aware of. If paroled, she would be living with her brother, Scotty Vaughn. Scotty is here today and very briefly wanted to address the board. The job for her, she has served 30 years, so she's been in Department of Corrections for a long time, would be through vocational rehab. The PEP program is probation and parole, would know it. And we have made arrangements for aftercare with a licensed mental health professional. You have that information in the packet that's been provided to you. Some of the programs that I took the time to look at everything, to look at the programs that she's been involved in. And I'm not going to speak about all of those because you have those in the packet. The ones that I think are important and relevant today is the self-harmers group. She has attempted to commit suicide on several different occasions within the Department of Corrections. 7 Habits Beyond Abuse, Jumpstart, which she is a great fan of. She does not have a drug or alcohol addiction, thank goodness. She has been active on Endovo and the Cipher Works programs, loss and grief, healing seminars, women's empowerment, anger management, self-esteem, and domestic violence workshops. I normally, and I've presented a number of parole hearings, I first started with this thinking that it had to be different than normally what I would do as far as a presentation. And I came to the conclusion maybe this week, and it doesn't. I think it is, and I will stick with what I would normally do as far as the structure of my presentation. What I always begin with the board is contributing factors, because I believe that's important. We need to know what was going on the board to be able to make a informed decision about her parole expectations and her parole eligibility, and what kind of candidate she is for parole. One of the things that has jumped out at me, and I saw this last night in the media, and I know that Susan wants to speak, and because she feels like it's important to get the truth out there, is this is not about the love for another man. I saw it on local TV about how this was all about another man and him not wanting children. From what I have been able to determine, that is just not true. I have spoken with David Bruck, who was a defense attorney on a number of different occasions. David has been a great source of information in regards to Susan. He indicated to me that this was a theory of a motive by the state. That's where we think it developed. However, this was never proven at trial, and it was actually abandoned by the state. So, but it has stuck. And I just wanted to, I know it's important to her to bring this to your attention. The contributing factors in this case were multiple stress points. They converged all at the same time. And we are certainly not trying to say anything about, the horrificness of this crime. It is, and she was found guilty. But we're trying to kind of maybe present to the parole board how these things developed and how it's possible that something like this could happen. One of the things that has been important in her life, and I think is a huge contributor to this crime, is the suicide of her dad at age 6. Horrific, just horrific. And she blamed herself. How could he leave me? And I think it sets the stage for the beginning of some serious mental health issues, some serious depression, which just kind of culminates and continues to snowball. And the lack of, recognition and treatment for this issue with her dad. I mean, it was like the old stigma of, we just tough through these terrible situations, and that's how it's done. It's not done that way. There were some attempts to get some sort of psychological help for her after a couple of suicide attempts, and never went anywhere. She was the child. The adults in the picture did not, can't blame them. I think it was the times, did not seek and try to understand the depth and the significance of this and what it was going to produce at a later date. Severe depression, potentially depression after the birth of her last child, which was also undiagnosed, and that postpartum depression that existed in a severe situation. Just in culmination, I apologize for reading something to the board, but I've looked at so much material, and if I can beg the board's attention for a few minutes, I would like to say this and read this because I think it summarizes everything that I've been talking about and everything that Susan wanted to talk about what happened. She said to me, and this was not in preparation for parole, I found this buried in a bunch of documents that had been provided to me. And it is from Susan. And she says, I believe this is what happened to me on October 25th, 1994. I lost touch with reality. My thoughts were not rational nor logic. I don't think I understood that if I allowed this car to go into the lake, that I would never see my children again. The finality of it was not real to me because my thoughts were so screwed up at the time. My mind, I thought, was doing what was best for them. I knew Jesus would take better care of them than I could. It was truly a moment of insanity. There are no easy explanations and not much understanding. How can you make sense of something that is senseless? And I think that shows the remorse that she's had. She's lived with this for forever since this thing. When I first met her and I would go and see her, remorse is difficult. You know, that's something with the parole hearings that I've presented for years is to how do you say, how do you demonstrate remorse? People do it in different manners. And I always look for that. I always ask my clients, you know, and look for the remorse. I could see the pain on her face. It was so difficult. Talking about things were extremely difficult. And not because she didn't want to talk about them, it's just because it was so hard to talk about them. So I think that she is truly remorseful for what happened. And I think she would do anything in the world to bring these children back. But moving on to the next consideration in this presentation is really changes. What changes has she made in herself in prison? One of the things I think is important is that she has no prior history. Nothing that would lead up to believe that someone would be capable of a crime of this nature, which I think is also indicative of what their risk is if the board was inclined to allow her to participate on parole. I don't think that was as a risk. And I think that's what our counselor, who had seen her on a regular basis for a number of years, also indicated that it was very low risk. She's been IRC chairman within the institution. That means something. You're voted on by your peers, and it is an honor to be in that position. She has been a math tutor in education. She's helped numerous inmates obtain their GED. She's been in the character arts program, prison fellowship, which I think is extremely important to her. She's much stronger in her faith than she has ever been. And that is a comfort for her. It's something that that she enjoys. It's something that is extremely important. Jumpstart, good program. She's been in that program. She would actually like to go to Jumpstart if the board would consider her for parole. He has been out of the program for a couple of years, and that would be, she'd have to do some other things for that to happen. So that's why we have chosen that she would go and live with her brother. Good, solid individual in the community, willing to help her in any manner. And one thing I've noticed from the family and friends is that we mourn with her the pain of this crime, but we still love her and we're there for her. So she has that for her, and which is a great resource if the board was going to consider her for parole. one of the other things I've noticed is giving back to the community, arts and crafts. She's made arts and crafts that she's donated to charity. She's helped St. Jude's. She's helped staff members. She said that an insight into what's going on with her, stand on her own 2 feet, not to be influenced by others, live a better life, think before acting. And, you know, other people are affected by your decisions and your actions, and the importance of mental health. I think that comes back into what we're talking about. It's not an excuse, but it is certainly some indication or maybe explanation as to what was going on. The goals, and this is my final area for my presentation, is that I don't think she'll ever be able to forgive herself. That is something that she struggles with forever. I don't think that creates a danger to anyone, except potentially maybe a danger to her. Her medications, her mental health medications, have been balanced well by the Department of Corrections. I think she thinks as clear now as she ever has. I think that she is able to establish goals and what she would like to do in her life. And I think on the top of that list is to give back and to try to help others. She said that no one should suffer in the way that in their treatment. There is help available, and she wants to help to get out and maybe help to promote that that concept that there's help out there. You just have to seek it. And she said she'd like to live a quiet life. She would welcome supervision if granted parole, and maybe that is the best thing about this situation. From that type of situation is that if she's granted parole, it is for life, and she will be supervised and she will be monitored by the Department of Probation and Parole Services for the rest of her life. She said that she would welcome that because that is another pillar of stability that is available for her that she can reach out to. And she said that that would be a vital and instrumental part of her life. She loves animals. She said that would like to find a job helping with dogs and cats. I often ask my clients, if you could choose and you could make these wishes come true, what would you like to do? You know, what is the job that you truly would enjoy? Often that's different than the job that we have. And I think that job for Susan is the care for animals and being involved in that area of help. In closing, I think that she has indicated to me that her desire is to make her life mean something, something other than the things that she has done, to make a positive impact in her life. I talked to somebody, I've spoken to a number of people, and I've spoken to one person that told me, they were at the trial, and they said that their impression of Susan was that she was living to die. I didn't really understand that. I think the more that I have been talking to her and preparing this case, that maybe I do. I think that has been Susan's life, is living to die for the things that she has done. And I think that what she's asking today is to ask the board to consider a parole for her, so maybe she can make something positive. out of a horrific situation. I want to thank you for your time. I know I've taken a lot of time today. I would just ask if you would please consider her for release.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas, and we appreciate all
Yes,
your
ma'am.
comments.
Thank you.
And again, thank you for the very detailed packet that you presented. Ms. Smith,
Yes, ma'am.
what would you like to tell us today?
First of all, I want to say how very sorry I am.
It's okay, Susan. Just talk with us.
I know that what I did was horrible. And I would give anything if I could go back and change it. And I love Michael and Alice with all my heart.
Ms. Smith, were you under the influence of drugs or alcohol the night that you murdered your children?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Your attorney talked about working with mental health. Is that helpful to you?
Ma'am.
Mr. Thomas,
Mr.
Thomas talked about the fact that you were working with mental health. And my question is that helpful to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that something that you would be willing to continue with on the outside if you were granted parole?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Smith, your crime took a lot of resources from the law enforcement community. What, if anything, would you say to the folks who worked so hard to find your children if you had the opportunity to speak to them today?
I'm sorry that I put them through that. I really, really am. And I'm especially sorry to the drivers that I had to find them. I wish I could take that back. I really do. I didn't lie to get away with it. I really didn't. I was just scared. I didn't know how I could tell the people that loved them that they would never see them again. I didn't know how I could tell David he couldn't see his son again. And I'm sorry. I don't know. I know that's not enough. I know it's not, but I don't know. I know that's just how it works, but they come from my heart. They really do.
Right. One of the things that we review is your institutional record, and you've had some infractions throughout the years, some involving the use of some narcotics. Do you have any issues with drugs or alcohol at this point?
I don't, ma'am, I don't.
And you had a recent disciplinary infraction just a few months ago. So why should this board think that if we grant you parole that you're going to go out and follow the rules and the laws of society if you do not follow the rules within the institution?
Well, this last infraction, I was trusted the wrong person. This lady contacted me and I trusted her. I thought she was going to do a documentary on mental health. And I really am not guilty of what they charged me with. And I have filed an appeal on that charge. And as far as your question, I've never been in trouble before, and the things that I have been found guilty of in here,
have been just stupidity. I know I made a lot of mistakes in here, and I have learned from them. And before this last infraction, it had been 10 years. Because I grew up and I knew that I needed to stop making dumb decisions. And I did. I knew it was time to grow up and do the right thing. I just made a lot of dumb choices and mistakes in here. So I know I've learned from those mistakes.
What do you feel is the most
And I'm not
important
gonna
thing
do
that
that.
you've learned while you've been incarcerated?
Ma'am?
What do you think is the most important thing that you have learned while you have been incarcerated?
That people are important, that forgiveness and love, that family is important, and that decisions we make don't just affect us, they affect the people that we love. And not to take things or people for granted.
All right. Is there anything else that you would like to tell us today that wasn't in your packet or that has not already been said?
I would just like to say that I am a Christian and God is a big part of my life, and I know He has forgiven me. And it is by His grace and mercy and I have a lot of faith, and I live by that every day. And I just ask that you show that same kind of mercy as well. And I guess, yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Are there any other questions
Okay,
from the board? Folks at Watkins, I need each of you to please state your name for the record and your relationship to Ms. Smith. Ma'am, can we begin with you, please?
Ma'am, state your name and your relationship. What? Ma'am, state your name and your relationship.
I did not, is it I?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Ann Curry, and I'm a long-term friend and, supporter of Susan.
Thank you, Ms. Curry. And sir, your name, please?
And the state your name, sir, and your relationship. State your name and your relationship.
Okay, I'm the Reverend Tom Curry. I've known Susan briefly when she was a teenager, when I was called in for one session each, counseling about two different matters, once by her teacher and once by Susan. And I testified at her trial, which in the sentencing phase, and I have kept up with her by writing her weekly for the last 30 years. I did this because I felt that she needed somebody to remind her that her whole life was not caught up in that one experience, but that she could put her life back together, because her life was in such turmoil when all this happened. And I think she's a different person now. And that's what I want to talk about when I get a chance to say a word about it. I have new hearing aids, and I can't always hear your questions, but my mind's fine, and I'm just a retired Presbyterian minister alone.
Well, thank you, Mr. Curry. We appreciate that, and you're welcome. You're welcome to make your statement that you would like to make right now.
All right. Okay, I want to start with her trial.
Mr. Curry, let me interrupt you before you get too far into that. We are not here to retry her case in any form or fashion. That is not the purpose of the parole board. We are here to determine if she is a good candidate for parole, and if so, we would set the parameters of that parole. But in no way can we discuss the trial or retry her case. She was convicted of 2 counts of murder. If you'd like to speak to anything outside of that, you're welcome to.
Okay, me now. I just want to say 2 things about the trial. I only went to the trial for one part of one morning to testify in the sentencing phase against the death penalty. And the 2 things that I picked up from the trial itself was, one, a prison guard who came, a female, who said that she had not seen a criminal as remorseful as Susan was, and that she felt her remorse for what she had done was genuine. And the second thing was one of the jurors, the prosecuting attorney was pushing hard for the death penalty, and the jury voted not, and they voted life, as y'all have already mentioned. But one of the jurors said that she felt like that it would be harder for Susan to live with what she had done than to die. And I thought that was a true statement. And it certainly has been for Susan during her 30 years in prison, and especially the first part of her time that she was there. It's been mentioned she attempted suicide several times, and she had a couple of run-ins where guards were able to use her for their pleasure, and that's a bad situation, and was dealt with, and she was not the only prisoner involved.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Curry. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your comments. Mrs. Curry, do you wish to say anything?
Yes, please, and thank you for letting us speak. I just want to say that I really think Susan is ready for parole now. She has surrounded herself with a caring support community that advises and encourages her, and she listens to them. As Mr. Thomas said, she has done everything she can to prepare herself to live outside of prison and taking courses and learning how to teach and caring about other people and working on teams and projects together. And thirdly, as both of them have said, she is not the young woman who went into prison 30 years ago. She is much stronger. She has grieved, is still grieving, will always grieve. But she's learned from it. And she has experienced paralyzing remorse and survived. Today, she wants to begin to rebuild her life, and I hope you'll give her that chance.
I want to say one more word. For the last 2 years, now remember, I wrote her for 30 years, once a week, pretty close to every week. And that is, the last 2 years, I've ended my letters by saying, Susan, you live in a needy place. Right? Share God's love with those around you and with your other contacts, but always live in hope for your own future. There is a time when you will live on your own again past prison, and that's what I hope you all will give her the chance to do at this time. She is a very different person from what she was 30 years ago. And I've probably been in contact with her talking about spiritual things, but also just trying to enlarge her life by telling her about what's going on in the world around her and in the Curry family. She's the same age as one of my children.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Curry. We appreciate all of your comments, sir. We appreciate all of your comments and all of the information. Mr. Thomas, anything in closing, sir?
No, ma'am. Nothing further than I really would ask the board to take the time to consider Susan's request for parole. I do believe that if we look at insight into things that we've done and as far as things that we need to do to to get out of the Department of Corrections and to try to make our life worthwhile or mean something. I think Susan is at that point. And I just, again, want to thank you for listening today and hope you would consider our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Thank you, Ms. Smith, and thank you,
Yes,
Mr. and
ma'am.
Mrs. Curry. We certainly appreciate all of you joining us today. If you all will please exit the rooms, we will have an answer for you later today. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
One moment as the room clears. And the room is clear, and we do have additional testimony facilitated by the Office of Victim Services.
Please wait as all victims join from central office.
Good afternoon. You all come on in. Thank you. Can you move just a little further around so we can get everyone in? Thank you so much. Thank you. Good afternoon. You all are here for the parole consideration case of Susan Smith. Is that correct?
Yes.
We are so very, very sorry for the circumstances that brought you all to be a part of this hearing today. But we cannot tell you how much we appreciate you joining us and being here with us today. Thank you so much. Before we begin, I do need each of you to please state your name for the record and your interest in this case. Sir, can we begin with you, please?
Stand up.
You don't have to stand up. You do whatever's comfortable for you.
I'm David Smith. I'm the father of Michael and Alex.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
I'm Tiffany Smith. I am David Smith's wife.
I'm Rebecca Smith French. I'm the aunt of Michael and Alex.
I'm Savannah Smith, and I am David's daughter, Michael and Alex's sister.
Austin Hughes. I'm a friend of the victim family.
I'm Tommy Pope. I was the solicitor in the original trial.
I'm Kevin Brackett. I'm the 16th Circuit solicitor currently and was a prosecutor on the original case.
Laura Hudson was the Crime Victims Counsel.
Mark Reynolds. I'm with the victim's family.
Billy Bailey, personal friend.
Kathy Bailey, personal friend.
Jeff Bailey, Sheriff, Union County.
Scott Cooper, Sheriff's Office, Union County.
Michael Cogdill, documentarian.
Rita Swan, aunt to Michael and Alex.
Doug Smith, Dave's uncle.
Thank you all. And again, we are so very, very sorry for the circumstances, but thank you for being here with us today. We do have the facts of the offense, and we've heard from Ms. Smith. Now we want to hear from you all, whether you were for or against parole. And if anyone would like to make a statement, you are certainly welcome to do so. Mr. Smith, would you like to begin, or would you like to conclude at the end? It's completely up to you.
Conclude at the end, please.
Who would like to speak first?
I'll speak first, please, ma'am.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
So I'm Tommy Pope. I was the 16th Circuit solicitor, and this was a death penalty case. And the reason it was a death penalty case, the solicitor has that discretion, but the reason it was a death penalty case, the facts and circumstances. And I just felt strongly that had the black man with the toboggan committed the crime, people would expect a death penalty. If David Smith had committed the crime, people would expected the death penalty. And I thought it was very important that the portrayal that Susan Smith showed, that she be treated the same. We knew it was going to be difficult. We knew there was a likelihood of not achieving the death penalty. But I think it's important to note the jury at the time actually asked, what did life mean? And if you may be aware, but in that time, life did not mean life. Life became life in 96. We tried the case in 95. So the jury was asked, and the judge was required to instruct the jury that you take life and death in its plain and usual meaning. carrying that forward, the jury showed her mercy. The jury gave her a life sentence. But one of the jurors, or more of the jurors, after the fact, and speaking to the media, said that they believed the life sentence was the greater punishment because they believed that Susan should have to reflect on what she did to Michael and Alex, that she should have to spend the rest of her life thinking about what she'd done. The two fallacies in that logic that the jury could not have known are, number one, obviously we're here today, so life did not mean life. Number two, and you have it before you, Susan's conduct from the day she rolled the kids in the lake. The defense claimed a botched suicide, but she was able to save herself. She was able to blame a black guy. She wasn't wet. She wasn't injured when she runs to the house and concocts this story. Susan has always focused on Susan. I will believe to the end of my time that Susan made a horrible, horrible choice to choose a man over her family. I said the boys were in the car, her wedding gown was in the car, her wedding album was in the car. She thought in a nice package she could roll that away. If she could have put David in the car, he would have been there too. In a nice package, she could roll that away and start this new life with this other man. And she led everyone on, including David, for 9 horrible days. And so as you look at her conduct in prison, whether it was a relationship with guards, the social media, the attention, the conduct recently with the publisher, Susan, she's got people outside. I'm sure you've heard from them that want to take care of her. Susan has always focused on what's best for Susan. And so the evidence that you have before you, I think, tells clearly that she has not focused on Michael and Alex. She only has and continues to focus on herself. And so on behalf of this family, on behalf of justice and the justice for this case, it's not about her behavior or what she would do when getting out, but I know one of your criteria is the nature of the crime and whether the punishment is there. And I would submit for the crime she committed, the actions she committed, that punishment has not been achieved yet. And so I would ask you to deny parole. Now, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Solicitor Craig. Appreciate it. Would anyone else like to speak?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Madam Chairman, Chair Lady, and members of the board, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. I was on the prosecution team that handled the prosecution along with Solicitor Pope and Speaker Pope now, who you just heard from. I wanted to bring to you a couple of vignettes from the case to help bring this alive for you. In the course of preparing for today, I've gone back over the case. I've reviewed the file. I've pulled some of the evidence out, which is in a closet just off my office. Evidence like the note that was written to Susan Smith by her boyfriend, the man she was cheating on her husband with, who told her in the note that he could not be with her anymore because he didn't want children, and that they had no long-term future because he didn't want children. And then 1 week later, she's rolling her car down the ramp at John D. Long Lake with her 2 children strapped into the back. She betrayed her husband when she cheated on him, and she betrayed her children against the laws of nature when she should have been sworn to protect those children. She betrayed them when she left them in the seat and rolled that car down, and she was not trying to commit suicide. She was trying to change her life. She wanted to kill her old life and start anew. She was wearing a sweatshirt that the man who she was cheating with had given to her when she was on TV 2 hours later after claiming that a black man in a toboggan had carjacked her and spirited her 2 children away. How many black men in red Mazdas got pulled over across the country because they were looking for those 2 kids and they were looking for this fictitious man that didn't exist, purely a figment of her imagination? I was on the banks of John D. Long Lake, standing there with about 40 or 45 people, 50 people, as the tow truck from Greer's Wrecker launched its line into the water where divers hooked it up to the car and pulled it out. Total silence as that car emerged from the dark water. Everybody sitting there hoping and praying that maybe it was a different car. Maybe it was a wrong car. Maybe the kids weren't in there. Not a word was said. It was one of the most haunting memories of my life, and it will live with me forever. And that's the last point I want to make. You're going to hear from this man And he's going to tell you what this did to him. I can't begin to describe it. I sat in court and listened to him testify, and it was heart-wrenching as he described that his hopes and dreams for the future were destroyed that night when she killed their 2 children. This didn't just traumatize him. It traumatized Union. It traumatized South Carolina. The entire country was in the grips of her lie and her treachery. The entire country. This was a global sensation. People were fixated on this. They're not the only victims. And on behalf of the community that I represent now, I don't believe she should ever be released from jail until the last person alive who remembers Michael and Alex is dead. And that will not be in her lifetime. She should never be released, and she should not really released now. His hopes and dreams were dashed. I hope you dash hers today and every 2 years hereafter.
Thank you so much. Does anyone else wish to speak? You're welcome to stay seated if you're more comfortable, whatever's best for you.
Family
Thank you.
sitting there, y'all, and people. This is heartbreaking.
I'm going to read what I wrote. Okay, it's easy. If you don't mind. When Susan murdered Michael and Alex, she altered the course of my life and my family's life forever. Having grown up with 3 older brothers, Susan was like the sister I never had. I was a teenage mom of just 16, so I looked up to her and even admired her. I thought she was the best mother to the boys, and I strived to be just like her. I would even leave my own daughter with her while I attended night school. Susan betrayed us and took the lives of those boys and then lied about it. For days, when she did this, she destroyed a trust in me that I've never regained. And as a result, I do not develop close relationships with others easily, in particular females. Anxiety and depression have plagued my life for years. I push it away during spring and summer as best possible, but it always creeps back up around Alex's birthday when it rolls around in August, because I know Michael's won't be far behind in October. And then the anniversary of their death on the 25th. In my mind, I always refer to this period of time as the sad months. Throughout my career, the majority of any time missed at work is around Michael and Alex's birthdays and the anniversary of their death. I stay in bed and sleep to deal with the depression. It's just easier this way, or at least it seems to be. Something as simple as taking up a new hobby turned into a nightmare for me last year. My boyfriend and I decided to take scuba diving lessons. I geared up with all the equipment, face mask on, oxygen tank on my back, stepped off the side of the pool into 15 feet of water and immediately sank to the bottom from all the weight I was carrying. Normally, you'd remember to breathe and begin to ascend as I had studied for all the weeks leading up to that point, but nothing prepared me for dropping into a body of water and the feeling of being weighted down, unable to breathe, and seeing Michael and Alex's face. I immediately panicked, ripping off my face mask, sucking in water, and not being able to come to the surface from all the weight I was carrying. I was drowning, and I knew in that moment that was the closest I'd ever come to knowing what my nephews had endured and how horrific and scared their last moments had to have been. Something as simple as taking up a new hobby was yet one more thing Susan was taken from me. In over 25 years, I have found myself finding comfort going to the cemetery where the boys are buried, beside our older brother. I go there often and I will tidy up their graves, where people have left trinkets or gifts, and I talk to them. I go there when I'm happy. I go there when I'm upset. Rainy days, sunny days, cold days and hot days, it doesn't matter. It brings me peace just being there. But as a result, I'm not able to bring myself to move away from Union County, because now I don't want to leave them. We have missed Michael and Alex's kindergarten graduations, numerous birthdays, birthday parties, summer vacations, Easters, along with annual Easter egg hunts at Meemaw's, Thanksgivings, Christmases, football, soccer, baseball games, proms, high school graduations, possible marriages, and births of their own children. We don't know because they never had a chance. They never had a chance to live a life of their own. Susan took that from them. She took that from us all. And now she wants a chance to be free after only serving 30 years. No. Life should mean life. So I'm respectfully asking you to please deny her request for parole. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I apologize if I get a little bit emotional. I drove down from Detroit on Monday night, which was Halloween before that week. And a young man, middle-aged man then, I'm an old man now, but the boys never got to. As Becky said, they missed a lot. They missed their life. Today they would be in their 30s. David would probably be a granddad. The boys were still here. I took my sister out to the lake yesterday, and it's a beautiful drive out there. I was just thinking, all that time she had time to change her mind, to stop and turn around and not go through with it, but she did. And then the boys were gone. A year later, I came back down for the trial. Tommy Polk did a good job. They proved that she was guilty. During the sentencing trial, they came back and recommended life. Tommy had argued for the death penalty. The family was for death penalty. They come back and recommended life. But we said, well, we'll live with it. You know, she'll have to live with it every day for the rest of her life. So we were satisfied with life, but we do not want a parole. We were against any parole for her. Then two other items going back 30 years, the Friday morning after apologize. But the Friday morning after David, his dad, my brother's wife, and I, the four of us, were sitting at Holcomb Funeral Home in Union and discussing the funeral arrangements. David asked to see the boys, and Mr. Holcomb had a funny look on his face, and he said, "Mr. Smith, could I see you?" So we went out, and he said, "You know, your nephew can't see the boys." And he told me why. He said, "You know, the boys were in the water for 9 days." So I went back and told David, I said, "You know, it's better that you don't see the boys." And I think deep down he understood why. The next day, Saturday, three of us, David, his dad, and I went out to the Bougainville United Methodist Church Cemetery and to look where the boys are going to be buried. And David's brother, Danny, who had died 3 years earlier, was buried there. David wanted his boys buried next to his brother, their uncle. But the way the cemetery is laid out, there was no room for the boys to be put next to Danny. So I found the cemetery custodian and asked him it were possible to move Danny. And he said, well, yes, if that's what the family wants, we can move Danny. So I went back and told my brother, said, you know, David wants the boys to be next to their uncle. Would you have a problem if we moved Danny? And he said, no. So if you go out to the cemetery, you'll find that Danny and the boys are side by side.
Does anyone else wish to speak?
Yes, I'll do this.
Yes, ma'am.
So as David's wife, I have stood by him for the last 30 years and watched his pain, his suffering, his dark days that you cannot imagine. It's been hard as a loving wife to stand back and watch him suffer the pain that he has gone through. To not want to get out of bed some days. To not be able to get out of bed. Because the pain was so much for him. And for 30 years, we had thought this day would never come. But yet here we are. I don't feel that it's time for her to be let out because she took 2 lives. She didn't just take 1. She took 2 precious little boys that we haven't been able to watch grow up. And as Becky stated earlier, all the things that we've missed out on because of them not being here, all the things they missed out on growing up in and doing. And for her to be in prison for the last 30 years, you would think that she would have thought about what she's done. She would have said, I'm sorry. But she hasn't said, I'm sorry. She hasn't even called him. She hasn't even told him she was sorry. Much less the world. For 9 days, all I can think about is how much she lied and manipulated everybody. The whole world. I watched it and believed her myself. I wanted her to be telling the truth. But to be betrayed by her lies. And that just makes me feel like if she could do that then, whatever she's told you today, I'm sure were probably lies as well. Because she has shown in her last 30 years what she does in prison. She's all about herself. It's all about what she can do to make her life better. And Michael and Alice didn't get a chance at life. They were forced the death penalty. She took that from them. The lives of this family has been forever changed. It caused us to be a little overprotective of our now daughter. A little bit more than we probably should have been.
I'll be right back.
Because we were afraid something might happen to her. It's changed the way we look at life. It's changed the way that we look at everybody. Who can I trust? For a long time, I didn't trust a lot of people. I had to be careful, around certain people. I didn't know if I could trust them or not. All because of her lies. So to help give this family some peace, it would be best if Susan stayed behind bars and stay in prison for the rest of her life. I respectfully ask you to keep her in. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak for Mr. Smith? Shira, anyone? Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me. Most of what I have to say is going to be pretty redundant. But primarily, I would just like to focus on, since I came after the fact, what I had stolen from me was 2 older brothers, the good and the bad of having older siblings. And I now try to use my life as a way to live for them. And growing up, I didn't quite understand it my whole life, but when I finally did, I felt like I had witnessed it, like I was there. The pain that not only was caused to me in like a domino effect, but what I have seen firsthand with my father, my aunt, and our whole hometown. We can no longer say that we're from Union County without Susan's actions being brought up. And just for the sake of all of us and our whole community, I ask that you deny her request.
Mr. Smith, you're welcome to stay seated if you want to.
Madam Chairman, members of the committee. It's been a tough 30 years. I'm not here to speak about what she's done in prison. You all have the records and accounts of all that. I'm just here to advocate on Michael and Alex's behalf and as their father. You know, God gives us free choice. And she made free choice that night to end her life. This wasn't a tragic mistake. It wasn't something that she didn't mean to do. She purposely meant to end her life. I never have felt any remorse from her for it. She's never expressed any to me. I never seen it on paper. No, she, as you've heard, she changed my life for the rest of my life that night. Some for the better, some for the worse, but what she did, not only to Michael and Alex, she came pretty close to causing me to end my life because of the grief that she brought upon me. But thankfully she didn't. I understand back in 95 that through the state's law, life in prison meant 30 years to life. And now that's different, but at that time, that's what counts. I understand that. But ultimately, to me, that's only 15 years her child, her own children. It's just not enough. So I'm asking that you please deny her parole today. And hopefully in the future, but specifically today. Not let her out. I miss them very much. And I love them very much. And I will be here every 2 years going forward to ensure that your death doesn't go in vain. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Smith. Again, please know how very, very sorry this board is to all of you for all the pain that this crime caused you. But we sincerely appreciate you all being here with us today. Thank you very much. And thank you for the reminder with the picture of Alex and Michael. They were beautiful children. So thank you for reminding us of that today. We wish you the very best. And if no one else has anything else that they would like to say, if you all will exit with these ladies over here, we'll have an answer for you shortly. Thank you so much for being here. The room is clear. As a reminder, Mrs. Mira did recuse herself. Ms. Susan Smith is denied parole. The vote is unanimous, numbers 1 and 6. Thank you.
Thank you. The time now is 12:51 p.m. We will pause our recording. Ms. Hunter, if you can advise when the recording has been paused.
The recording has been paused.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. This is Valerie Suber, Associate Deputy Director for Paroles, Pardons, and Relief Services. If everyone would just give me a moment to give some instructions. As the room clears from the board, I would like for media to pay attention. You are given the next 15 minutes for bathroom break. Please use the restroom. Prepare yourselves for the press conference. We will allow you into the building beginning 15 minutes from now. Once we check you in, we'll start the press conference once everybody is inside. If there are any questions, please address it to the staff and we'll get you an answer as quickly as possible. Again, there is 15 minutes between the time we're ending this and beginning entrance back into the building. Anybody who is in the building who needs to leave and get their cameras or phones are allowed to do so during that 15-minute period and then check back in at the front door. Thank you all so much, and the board will be at recess for lunch.
Thank you.
Hey guys, so I'm sorry, I had to take a comfort break. So what was the decision? Did they give a decision? I'm so sorry. So we are going to go on over now to the Ibarra trial where they are getting ready to
really put into
do the
words
sentencing
how
phase.
much the tragedy that
Yes.
occurred on February 22nd, 2024 has affected me.
Thank you.
But I don't think I'll ever be able to do so.
Wasn't sure. Awesome, guys, I'm so excited.
With that being said, I'm going to attempt with the best of my ability to do that for you today. My name is Lauren Phillips, and I had the amazing privilege of living with Laken Riley as my older sister. Laken was and will forever be my most favorite person. She was my biggest role model, and I looked up to her in every way. She brought the joy that I needed into my life and never failed to make me laugh. There was absolutely nothing that I wouldn't do for Lakin and nothing that she wouldn't do for me. Lakin was my biggest protector, and I always had this sense of comfort and safety in her presence. We've been inseparable ever since the moment I was born, and I've been lost ever since she was senselessly stripped from our lives by Jose Antonio Ibarra. I now have this hole in my heart and in my life that I know will never be filled. I had to walk the stage of my high school graduation without my biggest supporter and cheerleader in the crowd. I had to finish my senior year of high school, which most would say is the happiest and most surreal part of your life. It was simply the opposite for me. I had to turn 18 and become an adult without the one person I looked up to there by my side. I had to get accepted into my dream school, the University of Georgia, without my sister telling me how proud of me she is, and finally getting to live in the same town together again. I now have the burden of dealing with the fact that my best friend and sister will never come home again. She'll never send me another daily good morning text, funny TikTok, or silly Snapchat. The true sense of joy I felt when she would randomly surprise me will never happen again. I will never get to hear her infectious laugh or see her light of a smile ever again. I now get to explain to people when they ask me if I have a sibling that I no longer have one, and not just because she passed away, but because she got brutally attacked and murdered. I cannot walk around my own college campus because I am terrified of people like Jose Ibarra. My parents will never be the same after losing their daughter in this tragic way. Seeing their heartbreak is excruciating. We were once a happy family of 4, and now there is an evident hole where her presence is forever felt. We're a broken family of 3, struggling to find out how to live this life through the silence and emptiness that her absence has left behind. The joy that she brought to our home has been completely replaced with grief, and we are just left holding the pieces of a life that will never feel whole again. She will not get to be at my wedding and next to me as my maid of honor. I get to deal with explaining to my future children what happened to their Aunt Lakin and why they won't ever be able to get to feel her love or be spoiled by her. All of these experiences were and will be stripped of me against my will, and I now live in a constant state of fear, anger, and sadness. I think about how my sister saw exactly what was coming and had no way of preventing it. I think about how scared she must have been and how that man is the only one to truly witness that scene. I'm not sure why he did this to my Lakin, and I know I will never understand. I've waited for him to have a reason, but as the details of this case have unfolded, I realize I'll never get any peace or closure. What Jose Ibarra did to my sister is almost unbearable to listen to. I am completely disgusted having to even look and be in the same room as him. That predator is inhumane and is the epitome of evil. I have no doubt in my mind that the monster sitting in this room with us today is the same monster that encountered my precious sister on February 22nd, 2024, where he proceeded to attack, assault, beat, murder, and attempt to rape her. Jose Antonio Ibarra has completely and utterly ruined my life, and I can only hope and pray that he receives a sentence that ruins his. Thank you.
Your Honor, I stand here today as a grieving father whose heart was shattered in ways I never thought possible. My daughter, Lakin Riley, was not just our child. She was the light of my life, the person who brought joy to every room she entered. And now that light has been extinguished forever, taken from us in the most senseless and violent way imaginable. The pain I feel is unexplainable. Every day I am reminded that my daughter is gone. I will never hear her laugh again, never see her smile, never hold her hand or feel her hug. She was taken from us, from her family, from her friends, from her future. Our world has been torn apart, and no matter what happens here today, nothing will ever bring her back. I am haunted by the thought of the fear she must have felt in those final moments, and it breaks my heart knowing that she suffered. I have to live with the fact that I could not protect her when she needed me the most. The pain of not being there, of not being able to stop what happened to her, is something I will never escape. My daughter had so many dreams, so many hopes for the future. She had worked so hard to become a nurse, to work with children and spread the love of God. She was a loving, kind, and intelligent young woman. She had so much to offer the world, and her life was taken from her far too soon. I will never get to see her achieve those dreams. The void that has been left is unmeasurable. The impact of her loss on our family is immeasurable. As a father, I am forever burdened with the pain of losing my child. I will spend the rest of my life trying to navigate this grief, trying to make sense of the world that took my daughter from our family. But I will never forget her. I will keep her memory alive. And I hope justice is served for her, not only because I'm her father, but because she deserves it. I ask that you consider this life that was taken, the pain that has been caused, and the lasting effects of this tragedy on everyone who loved our amazing daughter, Lakin Hope Riley. Thank you.
Lily Steiner, Sophia Madonna, Connolly Hood. Connolly's only the first row.
Good afternoon. As I stated in my testimony, my name is Connolly Huth. Lakin Riley was my roommate for 2 years, my devoted and loyal running partner for 2 years, and my best friend forever. I stand before you looking at you through eyes that have seen, ears that have heard, and a heart that has felt emotions no body, and especially no 22-year-old should have to. On February 21st, my life was complete. I woke up on February 21st at 7:30 a.m., walked out of my bedroom door to streamers hung outside of my bedroom from the top of the door frame to the floor, balloons blown, decorations taped, and gifts presented precisely on my kitchen island. Lakin did it. It was my 22nd birthday. She had a 5 a.m. nursing clinical, yet she woke up at 4:30 a.m. to make me feel loved and appreciated, because that is who Lakin Riley was. I went to dinner that night with my roommates and my family, and ended the night with my roommates, and especially Lakin, showering me with love. It is clear and evident that this defendant, Jose Ibarra, has never felt this type of love and appreciation. I've been impacted by this brutal, cowardice, and preventable tragedy in every way, shape, and form. I no longer have a best friend that I relay every thought or worry to. I no longer run every day. I lost my partner, and I lost the joy of what running was before Lakin was taken from us. I cannot imagine running when I constantly am looking over my shoulder in public, wondering if I am next. I live with excruciating guilt every day that I was not accompanying Lakin on this run, and that it was her and not me. And I hope and pray that it will never happen again to anyone. Along with this, the crime that this monster committed ruined one of the most special places in our friendship. Lake Herrick was Lakin and I's safe space. We loved to go on running adventures throughout the park together. We had a code called dock time. Dock time consisted of either ending our runs or taking a calming walk to the dock at Lake Herrick. Here, we would sit in silence, play music, or talk while sitting on the dock, simply enjoying each other's presence. All it took was a text saying, "I need dock time," and we were on the way to debrief whatever we needed to discuss. Now, when I think of this beautiful spot, I think of the terror and horror my sweet best friend had to endure at the hands of this monster. I think of all the things I have to do now to remember Lakin. At times, I forget how she laughs or how she sounds, and I have to resort to looking through my camera roll of hundreds of videos I have. Videos where I talk to my future kids and introduce them to their Aunt Lakin in college. To talk to my friend, I have to drive 20 minutes to her grave and sit and talk to her with no response, screaming at the sky. When I want to remember her, I have to go to my closet and pull out her clothes I was given and smell them to remember how she smelled. As I stand up here today, I am wearing one of Lakin's shirts. This shirt has sat in my closet for months, not because I'm saving it for an occasion, but because I cannot afford to not remember these things like this about her. I sit in therapy week after week trying to heal February 22nd and life after. When I hear emergency vehicle sirens, I am triggered. I sat that day and watched dozens of emergency personnel drive by as I sat helpless. My roommates and I had to draw our own conclusions that the pinnacle of our house was no longer here when we watched a coroner drive by us after sitting at the fields for 2 hours with no answers. Our fears were confirmed when we received a university-wide email that alerted students, faculty, and staff that a female was deceased. I lost faith in humanity the day that my kind, selfless, beautiful, smart, loving, and perfect best friend left this earth. I will never understand why it had to happen in the first place, but more importantly, why out of all people, it had to be her. The world lost a girl who would take the clothes off her back for her family, friends, and even strangers, who studied and devoted her life to Christ and nursing so she could save lives and make a difference in this world. Lakin cannot be replaced. If you had the ability to bring her back out of all this, I would give up every earthly possession I have to see her infectious smile, hear her contagious laugh, and her infamous "love you, girl," and I would hug her neck, but you cannot. Lakin made this world, and more specifically my world, better. My first 2 years of college, when I did not know Lakin, I went home all the time. My last 2 years of college, you had to drag me home. That was because Lakin was my person. So, Your Honor, I wish to proclaim the maximum sentence for the defendant, as I will never be the same. Her loving, beautiful family will never be the same, and this world will never be the same. I hope this sentencing sets a precedent, so it stops with Lakin and fails to happen to anyone again. Lakin was a hero and a warrior. She died a hero and a warrior, and she is a hero and warrior to all of us. Lakin was my source of light, joy, and unwavering happiness. So when her life was taken, so was the part of me that knew how to truly feel those things again. Thank you, Your Honor.
Lily Steiner,
Your Honor, my name is Lily Steiner, and as mentioned in my testimony, I was one of Lakin's roommates, friends, and family. On the day of February 22nd, 2024, Lakin Riley was taken by Jose Ibarra from her family, her roommates, her friends, her sorority sisters, her classmates, her future children, her future husband, and her future patients. This trial focused on the death of Lakin, which has overshadowed the life that she lived, the life that was stolen from this community. Lakin was the most driven student with the biggest heart of anyone I think I ever will meet. As roommates, we got to spend a whole lot of time together. We had our family dinners that were strictly chili. We watched Dancing with the Stars every Tuesday. We had almost daily Starbucks runs, which I hoped to do that morning when I checked her location around the time she took her final breaths. We'd often get to a point at least once a week where we'd get emotional thinking about what life is going to be like once we graduated. Lakin held a place in all of our imaginary futures. Now, Sophia, Connolly, and I graduated in May, required to move on with our lives, while Lakin can't.
We have the privilege to get jobs and move to an exciting new city to experience post-grad life, but Lakin doesn't. I'm currently working as a medical assistant, waking up every day dreading that I won't get a text from her to make my day better. I'm striving to work in the medical field, but I know I could never be half the healthcare worker that Lakin would have been and that the world was deprived of. While living together, we often would play outside of our house in the middle of the street, specifically Foursquare, listening to a playlist I made called Playtime with My Family. Our home was such a special place to us, one that was tainted. Athens has never been the same, nor will it ever be. Shortly after Lakin's death, I had to come back to UGA to finish my classes without Lakin and without the safe space that we built together, and it was awful. Every time I wanted to go somewhere, I had to drive by the apartments that provided a roof over his head while he got to rip away ours. Life without Lakin has been so dull, and having to learn how to navigate time without her through grief, anger, and fear has been beyond difficult. So many people are lost without her. Lakin made her short time on Earth so significant that she managed to impact those who she never even met. Lakin left a colossal legacy to everyone she touched, and I have zero doubt that she is still not finished building it. And that is something Jose Ibarra will never be able to take away. I hope to never say his name again, but to shout Lakin's every chance I get. I kindly ask your honor that you help us all in our long healing journey by allotting the maximum sentence for Jose that unfortunately still won't make up for the beautiful life taken.
Your Honor, my name is Sophia Magana. I'm Lakin Riley's roommate of 3 years. I stand before you today with a heart full of grief, sadness, and an overwhelming sense of loss of my best friend. Lakin wasn't just my best friend. She was my roommate, my sorority sister, and above all, she was my chosen family. The joy and kindness Lakin brought into my life every single day could never fully be put into words. We confided in each other, supported each other through life's challenges, and celebrated our joys together. The loss of my best friend has shattered my world in ways I never thought possible. I never imagined that I'd have to navigate life without her by my side. Every day, her friends, family, and loved ones carry the weight of her absence, a weight that is heavy and unrelenting. Lakin was my fearless other half. As someone who's reserved and awkward, Lakin was always there to nudge me to step out of my comfort zone. She would pull me onto the dance floor and encourage me to try new things and remind me to live life to the fullest. I trusted her completely, and I always knew she was there for me as I was for her. Those small, precious pieces of life that we once took for granted are now reminders of what I've lost. Lakin taught so many people in her life invaluable lessons. She showed me how to find joy in every moment, how to embrace life with an open heart, and how to dance in a crowded room without caring what anyone else thought. These lessons will stay with me forever. Lakin was not just my best friend. She was a devoted daughter, a loving sister, and a cherished friend to so many. She was an exceptional student with a bright future ahead of her, destined to become a nurse who would touch countless lives with her compassion and care. I miss hearing her laugh, seeing her smile, and hearing her voice, all of which brought warmth and light to all those around her. Now we are forced to confront an unthinkable reality. We will never again hear the joy of her laughter, feel the warmth of her smile, or find peace in the sound of her voice. The loss of Lakin has left a hole in our hearts that can never be filled. The monster who took Lakin's life has clearly never known love, like the love Lakin showed everyone in her life. Love that was boundless. Love that was a testament to the amazing person she was. Jose Ibarra brutally attacked Lakin. And now spaces that were once filled with joy and peace are places I fear for my safety. I now live my life in a fear, constantly looking over my shoulder with the new reality that the unexpected can happen. A world Lakin taught me to embrace is now a world I feel unsafe in. Every day I put on a brave face as I step into my classroom, ready to teach and support my students. I mask my emotions and fears to shield them from the harsh realities of the world, preserving their sense of security and innocence in the world. Yet inside, I'm struggling, holding back tears until I can slip away to the bathroom or wait for the school day to end so I can finally let my true emotions surface beyond those four walls. February 22nd, 2024 is a day I will never forget. It is a day Jose Ibarra chose to commit an unthinkable act of murder Lakin. He took from this world somebody who embodied love and light. Jose took my light, my sense of joy, my best friend, and my other half. Losing Lakin has left an enormous hole in my life. The world feels quieter, emptier, and far less joyful without her in it. Her absence is felt in every corner of my day-to-day life, and I don't know how to fill the space that she once occupied. But what I do know is this. Lakin's legacy of love, kindness, and friendship will live in all of us who knew her. The love she gave so freely will continue to guide me as I navigate this life without her. Jose Antonio Ibarra took Lakin's life, and I hope that your verdict ensures that Jose experiences lifelong pain that is only a small glimpse of the pain we will live with daily since the loss of Lakin. No punishment will ever truly account for what Jose has done, but it is my hope that justice will honor Lakin's memory and the profound impact she had on all of our lives. Thank you.
Abby, This is Abby Haviland. You want me to read it for you? Sure. You want to read it? Can you read it? I can. Okay. So, Your Honor, Miss Carrie Howell will be reading the statement for Abby. And this is Abby's statement that she prepared, but will be read right here.
It was 1:49 p.m. on February 22nd of 2024 that I learned Lakin was missing. I immediately text her, "Lakin, where are you? Why are people saying you're missing?" Just minutes after 2:17 p.m., a campus email came out confirming my worst nightmare. Lakin had been found unconscious and not breathing. Lakin, the girl I met in middle school and became best friends with our freshman year of high school. The girl I couldn't imagine being far away from when it came time for college, so we both decided to attend the University of Georgia together. The girl who stuck by me and got me through some of my toughest times in life, as well as accompanied me during some of my best. The loss of her is something I will never be able to come to terms with. I will never be able to come to terms with the fact that I was sitting in class just down the road, going about my day, the morning this horrific event was taking place. I will never not think about the last time I saw her, the pink sweatshirt she was wearing, and the last words she ever said to me. I will never not think about all the things I would have said had I known it would be my last time seeing her and talking to her. Myself, everyone up here, and the world has lost such a special person. Lakin was intelligent, patient, loyal, driven, and kind. Her pureness and love for the Lord were evident and shined through her in a way unlike anyone I have ever met before. She is in a better place, but it is not fair that the rest of us still here on earth have to suffer because of this individual's actions. Because of this individual, some of my happiest days, such as the day I get married and have kids, will be forever accompanied by a feeling of grief, a sadness that Lakin will not be there with me to experience them. Because of this individual, I have so many fun memories, but no one here to share them with. Because of this individual, I will be searching for the rest of my life for a friendship like the one I shared with Lakin, but I know I will never find one because ours was simply unreplicable. I am here today to support Lakin. I hope to provide only a fraction of the support she continuously gave me during her time here on Earth. I miss her desperately and long for the day I get to see her again. Since February 22nd of 2024, I will forever be changed.
Sophia Plum. Palomino. Palomino.
Good afternoon. February 22nd, 2022 changed my life forever. Not being in Athens that day will forever haunt me. Finding out through an email will forever haunt me. And seeing this posted all over social media will forever haunt me. Lakin Riley was my best friend, the person I told everything to, and the person I trusted with anything. The pain of the last 9 months has been indescribable. If you would have asked me a year ago where I thought I'd be and what I would do in 2024, I'd tell you I'd be finishing up my second to last semester of college with Lakin as my roommate as she finishes nursing school. I'd tell you we spent St. Patrick's Day together in Savannah, and I'd tell you we went on that trip we planned to New York. I'd tell you she finally got me into running, and she would train me for the Av Half this year. I'd tell you many things and many of our plans, but instead I get to tell you how different my year was. I get to tell you that I can't do anything by myself anymore, even in broad daylight. I get to tell you that a town I used to love being in just fills me with dread. That everywhere I go just reminds me of places we used to hang out and go on walks to. I tell you that I can't go past her old house and haven't been able to return to the IM field since. I tell you the weight of emptiness I feel when I still go to text her sometimes. This is now something I have to live with for the rest of my life, knowing her life was taken too soon and things I was looking forward to will never happen. Being at each other's weddings, graduating together, and seeing each other's start our careers. This wasn't just a life that was taken, it was a future stolen. It's difficult living with knowing that nothing and nobody will ever fill the hole that's been left in our absence. I will never get to experience her famous belly laugh again, her comforting presence, or her cheering me on as we go through life. So many what ifs play in my head over and over. If just one more thing maybe would have changed her path that day. But instead, my reality is that she is not here. And that because of what this animal did, we have sat here all week hearing every fraction of evidence and reliving the worst days of our life on repeat. I know nothing will bring her back, even though I so badly wish it would, but justice would bring comfort to us all. No one who can take away such a light and sweet soul deserves to walk free ever again. The death of my best friend has changed my life forever.
Carrie Howell.
Hi, Your Honor. I've started this over and over and over. Feeling paralyzed in my thoughts. With overwhelming emotions, not knowing which direction to go, because there's so much that can be said today. Everyone has spoken so beautifully over her, and I had the privilege of getting to speak about her at her celebration of life and getting to talk about all of the beautiful and wonderful things about her. My name is Carrie Howell, and my husband Matt and I have had the blessing of calling Lakin and Lauren's parents, John and Allison Phillips, our best friends. John and Matt met in college, where they were roommates and fraternity brothers, and they formed a bond as friends that grew into a true brotherhood. This brotherhood between them extended to connect our families together in the same exact way. It is a friendship that runs deep and loves big. Our families and children have grown up together and had many adventures and vacations together over the last 20 plus years. We have had the privilege and joy of watching Laken and Lauren grow up. 272 days ago, on the morning of February 22nd, 2024, our lives were forever changed in a way none of us could have ever imagined. The moment I got the call from my husband that Laken had not returned home from her morning run, that no one could get her on the phone and she was missing, I knew in my heart something horrific had happened to her. I had the worst feeling that she was no longer with us, but I prayed and prayed and prayed as I frantically got ready to make the drive to Athens to be with my friends. I was begging the Lord for her to still be alive, and as terrible as this would be, that she had just been kidnapped and would be found physically unharmed and alive, or that she would be able to escape to safety, and praying she wasn't being trafficked. I was literally praying for her to not be kidnapped. Like, that sounds so crazy. But that just at the time seemed better than the alternative. I've never prayed for anyone to be kidnapped. I get the calls on my phone, and in fact, I pray for those people to be found and unharmed. Can you imagine your pleading prayers with the Lord being for someone you adore and love to just be kidnapped? That option gave me hope in that moment that she would be brought back to her family alive. I was desperate for my friends. This nightmare spiraled out of control when I received another call from my husband while he was on the road, or while I was on the road to Athens. John had called my husband, and he said to my husband, "She's with Jesus, brother." That will never leave my memory. As my oldest daughter and I sat in traffic on our way to Athens, time seemed to have stopped in that moment. Yet, as we are here 272 days later, time has continued. It has continued in ebbs and flows of every emotion you can experience. Time has stood still in utter disbelief that this precious human is gone, while day-to-day life continues on. This was an act of pure evil at the hands of Jose Antonio Ibarra. He willfully chose to prey on innocent young women on the morning of February 22nd, with Laken Hope Riley being the young woman he would succeed in torturing in the most excruciating and brutal way, while she fought not only for her life, but for her dignity. He must have believed that she was there for his taking, that he was entitled to whatever sick, perverted urges and desires he had that morning. Not one person on this planet has even one right to take what they want from a person simply because they want it. Yet Jose did that. Because of his evil actions, we are all being forced to learn how to navigate life with the stark, harsh reality of Laken no longer being here. Her amazing friends have been robbed of the beautiful gift of lifelong friendships and doing life together with their future husbands and children, the way my family and the Phillips family have been blessed to do all of these years. Her grandparents and aunts and uncles and cousins feel the absence of her presence constantly and have been robbed of the continued blessing of her being a bright light in their family. My family and I have journeyed alongside our dear friends as they attempt to navigate and learn how to live a new normal without their oldest daughter. I've gotten to know my best friend's face in a new way, a way I would give back if I could make returns on the most devastating circumstances life can hold. I look at her and I know when a situation is too much. I know when a comment is too much. I know when to be silent and when she needs encouragement. This year is showing on all of our faces, like the harshness of cold winter days, that there seems to be no end in sight. But we will keep fighting because we refuse to allow Jose Antonio Ibarra to take anything else from us, and we serve a good and mighty God. We've already been forced to journey through our annual family vacation without her, family get-togethers, fun events. And the absence of her presence is so deafening. I mean, sure, we still laugh and we're still living. We're still here. So we have to keep living, and we're going to honor her with everything that we have. And we're just going to keep trusting in the Lord to help our dear friends and sweet Lauren with all of the things that they're now not going to experience with their daughter. No parent should have to say goodbye to their daughter in this manner. The loss of a child is devastating no matter what the circumstances are. But when it's something like this where evil intentionally goes out to harm somebody, there's no words for it. And so today I stand before you with her friends and family, and we ask you, Your Honor, to bring earthly justice for our precious Lakin and for all of us who love her so very much. She was truly one of the most precious people that I've ever had the honor of knowing. She exhibited the fruit of the Spirit in the Bible because she truly lived her life for Jesus, as you got to hear John read in her journal entry. That was her. That was a private entry, not for anyone else. And you got to see the type of person that she truly is in her heart. Pure and lovely, and her laugh that everyone has talked about, literally one of all of our favorite things about her. And we never get to hear it again because of him. So we ask, Your Honor, for you to consider in your sentencing for him to not be able to ever be out of prison and for him to spend all of his days there without any possibility of getting out. Thank you.
Tell me your name.
It is Carrie Howell.
Carrie?
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, that at this time completes the statements for victim impact evidence from Lakin's family and friends. The state would also have a few more items to present for victim impact, and then I'll address the indictment with the court. And one of the things I wanted to share with the court is that a lot of times when we hear victim impact evidence, it is very much so the way that we hear it here in court. Hold on, I'm going to pause this for you. But what we have in this case is something that I ran across in my review of the evidence in this case, which is really 1 minute of when or where this court will be able to get the true impact of what the murder of Lakin Riley did to her family and the impact of his actions on her family. Because what the investigators did in this case is, as you know, they were all wearing body cam videos, and there's hundreds of hours of it in here. And there is one moment where, and I'm just going to play 1 minute of it, just 1 minute of the horror that this family has gone through in the last 9 months and what they're going to continue to go through for the rest of their lives. And it is the moment that they learned that their daughter was dead. And in this video clip that I'm showing, which I've marked as states 333, at the top right corner, it's at 1950, you'll see a black truck.
Okay, let's step up here. Come on, let's go. Come on, all right? It's not good. I don't want to tell you yes or no because I don't have names. I don't know who anybody is. I do know that this is pretty sensitive.
That's what they endured. And that's how it was on that day when they came here to look for their daughter. And what it took away, you heard from her friends and family, and some of the things that you even heard in the trial. You got a little peek, just a little peek, about the personality of Laken Riley. For example, in Lily's 911 call, one of the things she says is, Laken never misses class.
Hey, the mouse, it's okay if you have to step away.
Never misses class.
Don't let
That's
this
the kind
mess
of
with you,
person
babe.
she was. And in our review of all the evidence in this case, some of the things we had to look at were the social media presence of everyone. And there was a lot of digital evidence in this case. And the review of the digital evidence, I want to share with you just some of it, which has been marked State's Exhibit 336, is that Laken was a very joyful and quite silly, playful person. And a lot of that is viewed in her social media. And the Ring doorbell. Running. Same race. And these are just little snippets that we saw in the investigation that we thought would be important to share with the court. That shows not only the type of person that she was, that you just heard from her friends and family, but the true impact that her murder had on her parents. But more than that, one of the things that the court is permitted to consider in victim impact testimony is the impact that her death has on this community. And in that regard, the investigative team has spent a great deal of time out there at the crime scene, Lake Herrick, all of those trails, and looking for things, measuring things, just going about the daily jobs of homicide investigators and homicide prosecutors. And one thing that we noticed that's still there is State's 335. It's a mural, a memorial to Laken Riley that is still up there to this day that shows the impact of her death on this community. And that is something that Your Honor is permitted to consider in deciding what would be an appropriate sentence in this case.
I believe he's going to get the max.
And
I really do.
Everyone is correct, and I'm sure we'll hear it. You know, whatever you do, Judge, you can't bring her back, and it's horrible. But what you can do is give comfort with your sentence. And what you can do and what you are permitted to do, and what I urge this court to do, and what the law permits this court to do, is to exercise your discretion and your judgment in a way that brings comfort to this community, and in a way that a sentence which appropriately reflects the harm that was done in this case. And a sentence of life without the possibility of parole would bring comfort to this community. And no matter what your sentence is today, and it will be litigated from here to 40 years from now, there is at least one person in this courtroom who will inherit it. And that is Lauren Phillips. That is Laken's younger sister. And she should never, first of all, she's growing up without her sister. She's going to have to deal with elderly parents alone. Her children won't have an aunt. She is an only child. And she should not have to worry 30 years from now, 40 years from now, if he comes up for parole, should he might get out. She should never have to worry about that. And your sentence can ensure that she will not have to worry about that. And so in looking at the indictment in this case, count 1, the offense of malice murder, which this defendant has been found guilty of, in this particular case carries a maximum sentence of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. It carries a minimum sentence of life imprisonment with the possibility of parole. The state is requesting that you sentence this defendant to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, not only due to the victim impact testimony, but also because if you read the indictment, which you have obviously, and you're familiar with the facts of the case because you've heard the case, there are several statutory aggravators in this case that separates this case from a regular murder case. And yes, there is malice murder, and all malice murder is bad. I'm not saying there's a malice murder that isn't bad, but there are some malice murders which are more aggravated than others, and this is one of them. Kidnapping with bodily injury, which is the felony murder in count 2, which by the way would be vacated as a matter of law, but not the kidnapping itself, which is count 5. But kidnapping with bodily injury is an aggravating statutory factor under our sentencing scheme in the state of Georgia. It makes malice murder worse than regular murder. And for that reason alone, you should sentence this defendant to life without the possibility of parole. Aggravated battery, which is also in this indictment and which is also the facts, and it's also something he's been convicted of, is also a statutory aggravator under our statutory scheme, which makes this murder different and worse than a regular malice murder. So there are aggravating circumstances, which you have already heard, which I will not repeat to you, but that are not only recognized by the facts, but are recognized by our statutory sentencing scheme. So going down the rest of the indictment, felony murder count 2 is vacated as a matter of law. Felony murder count 3 would be vacated as a matter of law. Felony murder count 4 would be vacated as a matter of law. On count 5, kidnapping with bodily injury, the state is asking you to sentence this defendant to a sentence of life imprisonment with the possibility of parole, which is the maximum for that count. And we are going to ask that you run that consecutive to count 1, a sentence of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole for the malice murder. Count 6 is aggravated assault with intent to rape. It does not merge. In fact, it is a separate crime under these circumstances. The penalty for that is 1 to 20 years in prison. The state would be asking you to sentence this defendant to 20 years to serve in prison. Count 7 of the indictment, the aggravated battery, would merge as a matter of law into count 1. So we would not request a sentence on that count. Count 8, obstruction or hindering a person making an emergency telephone call, is a misdemeanor. The maximum penalty for that is 12 months to serve in a county jail. We ask that you sentence him to that and run it consecutive to any other sentence that you impose in this case. Count 9, tampering with evidence, the way that it is actually alleged in the indictment and factually it is a misdemeanor. So the maximum for that is 12 months to serve in a county jail. We ask that you sentence him to that and run it consecutive to any other sentence that you impose in this case. And finally, count 10 of the indictment, peeping Tom, is a felony which carries a penalty between 1 to 5 years in prison. We ask that you sentence him to 5 years to serve in prison to run consecutive to count 1. So to sum it up on the sentence would be on count 1, life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Count 5, life imprisonment with the possibility of parole to run consecutive to count 1. Count 6, 20 years to serve to run consecutive. Count 7 will merge. Count 8, 12 months to serve to run consecutive. Count 9, 12 months to serve to run consecutive. And count 10, 5 years to serve to run consecutive. And that is the sentence that the state is requesting.
Mr. Donnelly. sir. Thank you. So obviously, the court is aware that on count one, there's really only two options for the court. It's an automatic life sentence. The only option is whether the court can indicate that it should be without the possibility of future parole. We're asking the court to not impose that. The life without parole. Getting a life sentence is automatic. There's certainly no guarantee of parole, and would be uncertain, and it would be many decades in the future. And we do not oppose the state's recommendation that the life sentence, which is also mandatory on count 5, be made consecutive. We certainly, just to state the obvious, trust that the court will not consider for sentencing purposes the fact that Mr. Ibarra had a trial. The defense has made every attempt, made every effort to do its job and to pursue this process in a way to respect both the process itself and also to not cause any disrespect toward the feelings of Ms. Riley's loved ones. And if anything like that has happened, it certainly was not intended. And the defense is not immune to the sensitivity of this case. Again, to not only her loved ones, but to the greater community. The state's request is not unexpected to us. We anticipated that. It is certainly understandable. And there is, though, a divide there. The state, while it is understandable the request that they make, the court, there's some separation given here in this process, and the court will be the one to impose it. So our request that you give consecutive life sentences on counts 1 and count 5. We have no position on the remaining counts. We'll send a message that to whatever future custodian of Mr. Ibarra as to the gravity of this crime and the gravity of the situation. That the court has expressed an intention for, it's obviously a legal fiction that he would serve 2 life sentences behind bars, but the law allows that, and it does, it sends that message to the future custodians as to the gravity. But the withholding of the life without parole aspect of count 1 would at least give Mr. Ibarra the sliver of incentive to reflect and conduct himself with some recognition of that reflection. The state agency and the staff of that agency who will be tasked with supervising his custody will have the opportunity to monitor him closely for, again, many years, many decades into the future. And it's impossible to know the future, obviously. But by imposing life sentences without removing the future custodians to the ability to do their job is our request at this time. And we also would point out that given his status with, there is an immigration hold, that were he ever in the future to be released, it would only to be deported. And that's all I have. We leave it in the discretion of the court. Thank you.
I want to read this. If a defendant who is found guilty but mentally ill at the time of the felony or guilty with the intellectual disability is placed on probation, so they could get that, but she's not. If any of the following defendants, where is it? So what basically, they could be sentenced to jail, straight prison, or she could be sentenced to an institution and prison, depending on what happens. There's a range, so it's not a straight. She's guilty but mentally ill. There's a lot of discretion. Let's put it that way. It could. It just depends on the judge. Depends on the judge. Okay, we're gonna. Okay, are we gonna?
12
There we go.
in this tragedy, and that's
Okay. She's not insane. She's mentally ill at the time. I think there's a lot of wiggle room here, especially to a point. I'm not a lawyer yet. I'll try to read the law, but
before I
I'll
announce
dive
the
into it
sentence,
more.
let me I just have a couple of thoughts. One is, oftentimes people use the term closure at an event like this, and I acknowledge that there's no such thing as closure. There will not be closure. This is just another stage or event in this tragedy, and that's the way I view that. People mean well by saying that, but it's I've heard it explained that when you have something like this that impacts one or many, you even have to make a conscious effort to breathe at sometimes. And that just comes on you at any particular, you just don't know what's going to bring it on you. And you realize that you do make it through the day, but you don't know how you did it.
I like him.
But I also, and this goes back to what Carrie Howell was saying, that, as many times as you reflect on the loss, at some point you start smiling about the memories. And I'm hopeful that at some point that takes over to a certain extent. But there's very little, including the sentence of Mr. Ibarra, that's going to help much. And I acknowledge that.
I like this, Judge.
With that, Mr. Ibarra, if you will please stand.
Haley Mouth, I think she should do time or have a punishment.
Count one.
I think this is
malice murder. I sentence you to life without the possibility of parole.
Yay.
Count two will be vacated as a matter of operation of law. Count three, vacated.
He's here for life.
By operation of law. Count four, vacated by operation of law.
Because this supersedes.
Count five, life in prison consecutive to count one.
Ooh. That means they don't run at this
Count
time.
6, 20 years to serve consecutive to count 5.
Oh, so he serves a life, and then 20.
Count 7 will merge with count 1. Count 8, 12 months consecutive to count 6. Strike that. 12 months, but I don't want it to 6. It's just going to be consecutive.
He's gone.
Count 9, 12 months consecutive. Count 10.
Life 20, 12.
5 years consecutive to
He's
count
never going to see
6.
the light of day.
So that would mean the misdemeanors.
Well, we're going to have to pay millions and millions and millions of dollars.
That will be the sentence.
Including
Mr. Ibarra, I will advise you that you have
the right to appeal.
30 days from today to seek any post-judgment relief in the form of a motion for a new trial or appealing this case directly. If you make a motion for a new trial and that is denied, you have 30 days from that date to file your first appeal, first level of appeal. Court will appoint a lawyer to represent you if you cannot afford one. I'll also advise you that you have 4 years from the date that your conviction becomes final in order to file a habeas corpus petition. Mr. Donnelly, can you tell me, are you all going to be involved in the next stage?
That remains to be seen, but my understanding is that we will remain on at the court's appointment until unless relieved by conflict counsel.
All right, and you'll make those arrangements.
We will communicate that with Mr. Ibarra and with the court.
Okay. All right. Anything else, Ms. Ross?
Oh, wow. 5 officers to take him away.
It's going to take a little. Yeah, can we take the? Okay, that'll be fine. Can do that.
Everybody remain seated, please.
Habeas corpus is a legal recourse that enables an individual to challenge an unlawful detention or imprisonment.
That will conclude the proceedings.
We're done. Okay. Wow. We have had a busy day. Why are you frustrated? And he just comes right back and does it again. I don't know. I voiced my opinion about us having to pay for his care. I think we ought to charge Mexico or Venezuela, wherever he came from. But anyway, I'm not going there. It's almost political. We had a panic yesterday, business-wise. It turned out to be amazing news for us. For those of you who don't know, we're bringing Lacey on. She is going to be my social media content manager, whatever you want to call it. She's going to help me get everything out there. Hi, Carmen. Lacey is going to be helping me grow the channel. She's going to be doing all the social media stuff for me because this is getting a little much. So we're happy to have her along. And so you'll be seeing some good changes. It doesn't affect any of y'all. It doesn't affect any of the mods. It doesn't affect anything how we operate. But she's going to help get me into Twitter and all that wonderful stuff. We're going on TikTok, but we're not. I ain't doing TikTok. She's going to be handling all of that. And that's going to help me out a lot. It's really hard for me to create descriptions and stuff because when you're dyslexic, this kind of stuff is very difficult, but I'm happy to have her. Carmen, how are you, love? So just understand, we did have Andrielle was going to be helping with that web page, but Lacey is also going to be building a web page and doing stuff for my son's business. And so it's just easy for us to have everything in house. Although I'm talking to Andrea about doing the one for deaf girl camping. So she's still, Miss Andrielle, you're still in the loop. So that's exciting. My daughter fell this morning, banged her head real bad, but she's okay. She finished a test. She says she's doing okay. I have not had any news on Tracy this morning because, well, she's doing a lot of tests. And so when I have news, I'll report news. We don't have any. Do we have any trials that y'all know of coming up? I don't think we do for the next couple of days. So this afternoon, I'm going to be off. I've got a lot of homework to do. I may not go. I don't know when I'll go live tomorrow. We'll see. I got a lot of homework to do. And then I need to help Lacey get set up in her office. And probably Monday we'll start seeing some changes. So that will be awesome. It's so much. One of the things I'm struggling with is that I need to get my hands back in the air and start signing these trials again. And I need to have somebody who can help manage some of this while I'm doing that. So that would be fabulous. I'm going. Okay, let me see. Oh no, Mary Kay. I'm sorry, love. But we love you. I'm glad you're here. Glad you're here, Mary Kay. I'm really depressed. I'm not going to get to go to Powwow Saturday, the biggest one in Texas. I'm not going to get to go. But I need to be here for my sister. That's important. Line in the sand. I'll have to Google that. So we will we'll be popping on as soon as I can. Oh, James O'Keefe. Ooh. We'll watch it. We love you, Mary Kay. Keep in touch. We'll talk more in Discord. I'm like, what now? We don't have any cases. I don't know what to do. But I'm going to take the rest of the day off, get some homework done, take care of some decorating, do some things that I haven't been able to do. I will miss y'all, but I'm sure I'll hop on sometime tomorrow. I can't imagine me not hopping on. Who knows? Breaking news may happen. God, I hope not. Love to everyone who needs it now. I think we all need it now. Today was strange. We had 2 cases come back. Well, Chloe drivers, they didn't even do 2 hours, did they? They had a short time last night, short time this morning. That was a very unanimous decision. Guilty, but with mental illness. And then, of course, Jose Antonio Ibarra, we knew what was going to happen there. So go. I have Ronnie. I'm not. What's it on? Carmen. Carmen. We'll chat sometime soon. It was great to chat with you. Okay, guys. It's weird ending at 1:00 on 16, but it's okay. Oh, wow. Well, I'll go watch it too, Ronnie. Okay, guys. Miigwech, the highest form of thank you I can give you And I hope to see you. We'll see you real soon. In the meantime, love on your family. Pray for those that you know who need prayers if you pray. Good energy, whatever you do. But most of all, take care of yourself. Sometimes we get wrapped up in life and we don't take care of our skin. I know. See, I did the microneedling. If y'all haven't watched that, I did microneedling last night at midnight live. And Broken Baker was on and said, "Hey, what you doing?" I'm microneedling my face. Feels as soft as a baby's butt. So, with that, have a great afternoon. See you tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.